I was born at Fullerton in the Lake,
Oh, okay,
St. Anthony's.
okay.
Where are you from?
Well, I lived in Chicago for 20 years before I came out.
Oh, yeah.
I was living for months.
Where at?
In Chicago?
Yeah.
Started in Arlington Heights and we worked on neighborhood.
Oh, okay.
Worked downtown, but lived in the side.
I had a bunch of customers in the towns because I was working on Allen Park.
Oh. And you couldn't live down, couldn't pay me to live down.
Oh, my God. Yeah, I lived in Rogers Park when I was after college.
Well, and back then that was nice house.
Yeah. And I was right on the lake.
When I was younger man, before you got married, if you lived down with Park Park or something.
How are you?
Good, I don't know anything about walking.
Good, can't
Crazy
complain.
Do I tell you?
Don't worry, I want to go on the ultra.
Well, did you hear from points to set?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Trying to sure to be attacked.
I'm not sure it's quite that bad.
When I talked to the friends who still there, it's,
Is it?
yeah.
Huh.
They wouldn't even think about riding the L train.
Oh, really? It's that bad? Huh.
So that, correct, no. 124. And 24 to 11/7 you're out. Oh, cool, that was fun, I'm jealous. Nice, I stopped back from Aruba. It was amazing.
I'm jealous.
It was great. I'm gonna go to Mexico in November.
Oh, nice to you. Very good. You doing, buddy? Not bad, or you? We'll be interested to see what the opinion is on this project tonight. Which project? That lot beside the bank, where they wants to build a three-story.
Oh, have you seen the plans? Oh, so I haven't seen the plans, did they send us the plans?
They should be on our.
I don't,
Here it is.
oh, there we go, okay. Where's the plan?
As it, I'm on the planning and zoning too, I'm the rep for the.
First glance, it's like a big box.
I'm showing the plans of that building, he's gonna see that. If they come.
Oh, there comes, what do you think of it?
See what. The planning and zoning, if you were to set up on the street like everyone else. You have to, on the third story, you have to set back 12 feet. Since they set the whole project back, we're trying not to set back, so it's a big box, which. What are some. Which is all. Those are the. I think. Brand. Oh.
That's the first thing, when I read that, you go.
Yeah.
It's like a big box.
Nothing fun for.
Man, have you done,
Traffic is fine. I have that big one.
I've been meaning to for now. Ally has. Oh, so it reminded me to, yeah. No, I was already meaning to do it every Wednesday, but I haven't in a while. I will get them tomorrow.
looks
I'd like to see,
outside.
curious what Buffalo did for the last Buffalo
And this is all.
and some of this weather has been doing the list.
So you have, so I see, which is sort of-
Thanks for coming, Mike.
Me too, yeah, thanks for having me.
We'll figure out how to get here and there.
Yes, I appreciate the opportunity to be open for discussion.
The mayor asked us, when can I tell everybody how I felt about our meeting last week?
Oh.
Yeah, you can do some accents and then.
Right, since I'm gonna work, but majority of it's gonna be wood.
Wood still.
And
I told them.
I shouldn't do metal if push it.
They have. I know what they call them, here's the other, I get up in the head, so.
That's the bad, I still was at the. Oh, Davis.
Was it big, fast,
Yeah.
double?
Maybe
Yeah.
it should be set back.
Yeah.
It should be set back.
18 months.
We'll see the.
Well, this-
Somebody-
This is actually.
Oh, yeah, on her. Normally, she's an incredible
Looks like.
asset and huge helper. But there's
Looks like
times,
maybe
Whenever
one
those
year.
things kicks in.
we are like separate them in the back. of the truck.
Yeah, yeah.
They did it.
Normal, there is something like buy them, so she can like,
Yeah, yeah,
and entertain and. No, I'm gonna pull over.
Okay.
That's great. So
The creative.
she started.
This is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
no.
This is the
first day today.
This is.
Hello, sir.
Hey,
How are you? Oh, elders.
Hey, easy now. How was this hygiene?
How are you?
How's things?
Really good.
Golfing.
You know my rate?
No.
Hi, I'm Ray Sullivan. I'm with Headwaters Trails.
Oh, hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Her to come help us on our travel. Struggles they're facing in the county and funding structures that they need our help to solidify.
It's a work in progress.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know it's-
Right, district pretty much
If
gave
I've
us-
learned anything, it's that things take a lot of time and money. So people don't understand this.
Yeah.
I've learned from it. It's my first year on the board, so.
Yeah.
I'm still a rookie.
Yeah, the Grant County Community Facebook page was like, Susan's fire season. The rally community to do some like. I'm like, why don't you just tell us to rake our forest?
Yeah.
You know, it's like, I mean, there's so much down the road.
I know.
Yeah, I couldn't even.
You have no idea.
Well, the roads are held up really well.
They did really good.
My road is held up really well between the rain and everything else. I mean, it's the best it's ever been, I think. Mine.
I did that really.
Yeah, I'm impressed, especially for the first year.
Yeah. Right.
Good job.
It was a crapshoot.
Well,
They
yeah,
could have gone on.
I know, yeah. You just cross the fingers.
Yeah.
You do the research and you just do the best you can, right?
But was.
And it's.
You got me.
And then viral tech did. Not real conducive. I don't get on like this hospital or any of those.
I haven't.
Horrendous.
Really, I've heard stories.
It is. I went to Ashley's sisters this weekend and they live up there at the old Long Garden place right near the Esther.
Uh-huh.
And ridiculous. I couldn't believe that news. But some of their other roads up here.
Yeah, that they. Well, I told you riding my bike around the roads that aren't treated, man, they're dusty as heck.
Yeah, that was getting deep.
Exactly. No, but we're not allowed to just.
Oh my. Hold on. Oh my God. I think we figured out what we're doing.
It's all the matters. Yeah, well, I appreciate you researching that and going through those. People need to realize that too. that-
My mother's.
There's other options. Not a lot. I think it's really two options. We're gonna have a water cut down all the time. Water cut
But
down.
Valerie showed up.
Don't need that.
And then.
Boy, Jim's place is really good for those. I think that's the part he really loves. He's been out there all week.
Yeah, water.
I think that's his area. You can tell he's really having fun out there.
Yeah.
I guess it looks like this is not in any hurry. Usually water.
Yeah, it feels I'm gonna get through a lot.
Some like
About bringing him.
pretty cold beer.
Thanks, Matt.
And I bought her this, it's supposed, it's like. And I thought. It's on. Yep, they move themselves to feet. And it goes. Yeah, that's sweet.
If we just actually.
At least until November. Yeah,
Like,
she's trying to figure it out.
it's short this week.
Okay.
And
So last one. They just do it.
Rest of November, when we meet, like, come back.
Well, I Googled and stuff. Well, no. You've got sensory stuff. I got billboards and things.
Yeah.
Just trying to get.
Yeah. If you would have said no, I would have just gotten it.
Returned that.
So I thought it was just so cute.
No, it's gonna be. Something like that.
Right.
Mondays.
Thank you. My grandfather made that. Yeah, he made sort of orange jewelry and I think it's like that oak old chocolate. Yeah.
I realized last week and then my time got away from me that has to do with this.
Go to the guy said he's fast.
Then I got the charge.
Exactly. See, she had the old guys group.
So, you go to the
Yeah. It's not business, which was amazing. This is my, this is show that.
Works for me.
Good job, trying to. Frank Sinatra. This week, as they wanted to have, you know, house paid for all the terminals. What is? This year,
Yeah.
the last.
All right, I know.
So we just want.
That was nice. Yeah.
All right, good evening. It is 4:38 on the 25th of August. I'd like to call this regular workshop for the town of Grand Lake to order. We are absent two trustees currently. Mike Armston may be late. If he doesn't make it to the workshop, he will be here for the 6 o'clock meeting. And trustee Casso, we're still waiting to hear. She hasn't been feeling well. Elaine, would you ask conflicts of interest for the workshop, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Trustee Miller,
No conflicts,
trustee Mills,
no conflict,
trustee Shoner,
no conflicts.
Mayor Pro Tem Sylvan,
None.
Mayor Burke.
I have none. Thank you. So items for discussion today. We've got the Snowmaker Grant, Public Works Capital Projects, Trails and Connectivity, and lastly, Youth After School Recreation. We'll start with Snowmaker Grant, and I'm assuming that is our Public Works Director, Matthew Reed.
It is.
Wonder.
Bring my water, because I think I'm gonna be talking a lot up here.
Yeah, it looked like you might have
Yeah.
lots to say this evening.
Yeah, you guys haven't even seen my notes. This is all I'm getting going later.
Yep, you're good.
Perfect. So, Matthew Reed, Public Works Director. got a lot of different things to go over this evening. The first one being the public, or the snowmaker conversation. We talked about this last year, looked at renting one for different, occasions and reasons and things like that. We, This is another puzzle here. So I've been doing a lot of research on fan guns, is what it would be called. It's a large cylindrical tube with a big fan in it and some nozzles that inject water in front of the fan. All kind of at different rates and speeds and things like that to accommodate the most snow production for temperature and humidity and all the above. Snowmaker on a trailer would be the fan gun, an automatic fan gun with the pad. That's about a $5,000 upgrade, $6,000 upgrade. Have an automatic one versus a manual one because we are never going to be snowmakers. So, automatic would get us the best results. You can get more snow out of a manually operated fan gun, but that is after years of understanding the art of snowmaking. And like I said, we are not gonna try to be snowmakers, snow plowers, boardwalk builders, beach rakers. So we need an automatic fan gun. Fan gun with the high pressure pump on a trailer, excluding a generator, is $73,000. If we wanted to add the generator, it goes from $73,000 to $201. For a generator.
That's a big generator.
That's a, yeah, that's a lot of generator. So we don't need the generator. Our generator, and I have confirmed with the water department, the backup generator is actually larger than the one that they would anticipate putting on the trailer. And if the water department would appreciate it being used, it has not moved since the fire. It has not rolled in 5 years. So to give you an idea of the use of what that thing was experiencing at this point. So Dave would appreciate to get the valves wet and seated and all the O-rings with oil again. So, and if we were in a water emergency, I promise we would not be making snow at the tune of upwards. I don't think we could ever reach it, but the very, very maximum these things can produce is 120 gallons a minute. Realistic usage, they told me to anticipate around 30 gallons a minute. Our water system has the capability of sustaining 800 gallons a minute of production. So it's not an issue on that level at all. And like I said, if there was a water emergency, we obviously wouldn't be utilizing water to make snow at that point, and it would probably be right here. We could roll it back here and plug it in. Same voltage, same everything, and we would have it out and warmed up at that point even. So we'd be talking about $73,000. My hope is to go for a 50-50 grant with Open Lands, Rivers and Trails, which is due September 5th. So I kind of need an answer tonight if we're gonna do this or not. Essentially, I'm asking you guys if we're gonna budget around $40,000 to pull this off. We have $73,000 for the snowmaker, but we also have to buy hoses and other things. My guesstimate, I think the hoses, that is really a question mark on where we would want to always, where we want to make snow. But I think we'd be between $81,000 and $83,000 And that's on
all, that's on trailer. Our generator stays on its trailer. Be two of them, and, that's all the hoses. That's all in, the annual service on the machine. All you have to do is change the compressor oil every year. It is special CS 100 oil. But it's pretty nominal, and then every 2 years, we have to do a maintenance kit on it that costs $150. So short of labor, but we would perform the labor in-house. Every 5 years is when you start talking about changing out nozzles. I can't imagine we're gonna be using this anywhere near what a ski resort would be using it. So the 5-year mark, I think, could get pushed farther. But that is what they told me to anticipate for maintenance. The machine itself would be a 52 model HDK fan gun. The 47 is the manual, the 52 is the automatic. It is 480 volt operation at 56 kVA. Our generator is 100 kVA, so it more than takes care of the power needs. It is the noise that it puts off is 80 decibels at 45 feet away. So, you can equate that to like a vacuum machine, essentially is about how loud it would be, or a busy downtown street. There's another way that was, phrased in some of the research I did on what that volume meant. And on top of that, it is it's kind of like a white noise, it's just a drone. It's not a. It's not a sporadic or intermittent change in volume, it's just a constant feeling at that point.
Is this for the snowmobile trails?
That would be the first application I would see us using it on, depending in every year at least, maybe not this year. We missed that window of opportunity to get it in 25. But, yeah, that's kind of the biggest driving factor is to help keep the snowmobile trails open in time. The other piece of the puzzle, one would be for winter carnival, that'd be the next one, which based on calculations and stuff, you cover that section of the street with 2 feet of snow would take roughly a day and a half to do it.
In 24 hours, day and a half.
8-hour night shifts, we wouldn't actually run night shifts, but you typically run them at night, so a 10-hour window at night, 2 of those, so 15 hours, we should. There are a lot of variables that go into the production of how much they can produce, but that's kind of the range it looks like. So then if you start talking ski joring, you're talking that 3 to 5 day range, you 3 blocks.
What did we spend on the
Rental of,
the snowmaking last year?
we hauled it all in.
We didn't rent one?
We didn't rent one last year. It was gonna be $10,000 to rent it.
Oh.
They would have given us that off the purchase price, but it had to be in the same calendar year. So we opted out of that option. And so, and it wasn't, we would have gotten pieces. It wasn't gonna be, here's the high pressure pump and the fan gun. It was gonna be all separate little pieces on skids that we would have to kind of plumb together to make work. Where this will be hooked up to the hydrant. And then we plug in the extension cord into the generator. So essentially anywhere we can get a trailer, which we can get trailers a lot of places with tractors. And then that's the matter of how much hose you will run to it. All it takes is positive pressure. 30 gallons a minute or more. But it would adjust to the flow of the inflow. It would adjust automatically what it can produce. But 30 gallons a minute is what kind of makes sense.
4-inch hose?
2-inch.
2-inch hose.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it is special snowmaking hose. So it costs a little bit more. It's not the high pressure hose you would see at a resort, because this would be low pressure side. We're talking the 60 to 80 PSI side of what coming out of the hydrant would be to the trailer. And then on the trailer is where it steps the pressure up to that 200 PSI with that high pressure pump on there. I had more notes on back here. Right here, to give you an idea, we could cover roughly a quarter mile of trail in one evening of operation. Give you an idea of what that would look like headed out of town and wherever we wanted to use it. That's with 6 inches of snow. You start talking, if you want a foot or more, obviously it just kind of doubles at that point. There's other things we can choose based on the density of the snow. We can have it really dense, or we can have it medium or soft. They call it firm, medium or soft. But so there's density things, and that all takes different levels of moisture, which to me, I would think we would just want soft, fluffy snow. So which uses the least amount of water, the most amount of air, as you can imagine. So you guys have any questions related to it? I'm sure you have plenty. Gallons per minute, I have figured out here for you. No, I have that figured out for the other end, not this end. I want to say it was around 2 gallons per minute, but 2 gallons an hour, I believe. I remember the generator from last year's conversations. And that would kind of line up with the other topics also.
Any questions from Matt regarding this?
Seems like you've done your homework.
Appreciate that. It's been about it. I actually started researching these back in, I want to say 13 or 14, when we were building the X Games snowcross tracks for practice. And then the early season tracks for Articat, trying to figure out how to get snow early in the year. So I just started researching them, a long time ago. HKD is, they're kind of the, you want to call it the tractors of the industry. They just kind of, they're lower technology and they just get the work done. And in some regards, you can get into some incredibly high-tech and fancy guns that are all made in Europe, and they bring them over. And that these guys, the local dealer in Green Junction for us. And so they're really kind of doing a lot in the Central Rockies here now. Since that location, they're right next to Prenoth and all that north over there, Green Junction.
So in the case of, I know you talked about the annual and biannual maintenance and stuff like that.
Yeah.
In the case of major maintenance, are we having to bring those guys out of Grand Junction? Do they already go to like Winter Park or Grandview Ranch and we can piggyback? I know how expensive that maintenance can
They
be.
are doing copper for sure. Which I would assume that means they are doing something with Winter Park. Also, it has a 2-year bumper to bumper warranty is how he phrased it. It sounds like we wouldn't need them really until 5-year mark anyhow, and then also start going out, but that would be a wear item anyhow. So depending what it was, it could possibly be them. Especially in that 2-year, we take full advantage of that warranty. At which point, hopefully, our electrical engineer mechanic would have a pretty good handle on what could go out and go wrong with these and be able to handle it in-house and just order parts. If it became a situation in the DOT trailer, a lot of license plate, we want to just tow it to them. So versus pay them $1,000 to get up here.
Huge contingency for me is approval from Rocky Mountain National Park.
So the new director, or the new gentleman on this side, I believe is, from what I gather, is very open to the idea of making snow on our property there and then pushing up the trail.
That's,
I did not have that conversation myself with them, but that is the what I've heard through the mill.
It's awesome to bring combine like folks and Mr. Miller snowmobile down from County Road 48,
Yeah,
but the main meat and bones that holds us back is the hill behind Wolves.
yeah.
Or whatever that will be in the future. That hinges on when we have opening dates.
Yeah.
So,
And so I didn't have that conversation myself, but that was what I've been hearing is
I
that,
was told as long as the water doesn't come out of the park, we can put water into the park.
I mean, it's coming out of the earth. Surrounds the park.
in some respects, it's getting on their water back.
I think. I think the qualifying word when we have a conversation. If our hose are in from a fire hydrant. Outside the park, so we're not in any way touching. Or changing their water utilization.
And we have a hydrant at the gateway.
The, by Bob's house or on the other side.
I might even have two of them there. But there's one definitely at the nearest entrance.
And there's one up by my house.
There's more around Bob's house, if
I'm just picturing like.
we have sledding hill up there.
And they allowed us bringing snow. We gather snow and dumped it. There in the past,
They did allow us to do that this year.
Okay,
We
that was up in there.
bring it in.
They don't want the gravels and
Right.
the potential
Clean
contaminants
snow.
that could be found on the road that go into that spot, and some of the conversations always were. Well, nature only, they only want as much moisture as nature provides, so we're changing that content, you know, and it's been a conversation in the past, so.
Did you put one in Matthews? Did you put a company?
Did we put one in? There's not a new one. Yes, in the love, yes, there's a new one in the love.
So you could make it up there too.
Yeah, we can make it up there, we can make it at the bottom of Tubing Hill. Or top of Tubing Hill. So it's 5 stages. And it'll throw the snow between 30 and 125 feet. So, if you wanted to try to shoot it up the hill, or, one of my visions. Would be to build a snow berm in the park and then carve bleachers into it. I don't want to tell you all the stuff that I create work for myself, but for my guys, so that's one of the ideas I have to try to get some bleachers out there. For our events.
Chainsaws.
What's that?
Chainsaws?
No, with our little skid steer, we can get up there and have 4-foot wide benches.
So did you look at used ones at all? Just-
There's not any, there's one trailer mounted gun in that they have. That they dealt with recently, it's owned by Aspen. And I obviously think they use it for the SD stuff down there at the base. So there's not really a used snow gun market. And especially getting into something that we're not professionals at. I would hate to get a used set of headaches that we don't know how to troubleshoot ourselves. So I'd like to start with something that we can call and get a good feel for it. And so.
Who's writing the grant, you or?
I'm writing green, yeah, I actually already started it. So you just say, okay. I already started it, it's just online so far, and they're due by September 5th. So, and I have been working with Cam, the trail, our local head of trail groomers, for some kind of direction, since he sits on that board. He can't help me a lot, he can't, but he can give me pointers along what they look for too, and some of the questions, and one of the biggest questions is if they help us buy it, are they gonna also have to help us maintain it down the road? And, no, they don't think so. And so that's one of my biggest questions, so.
Thanks for getting that. You talked earlier about decibel information, and that's my only concern is something running in the middle of the night on Main Street. So.
Yeah, having a vacuum cleaner out there, you know. They said, a lot of the stuff said it's equivalent to a busy city. Which obviously is not anything we wanna replicate. But given the fact that it's a consistent, just drone. I think most people's. They're gonna not even notice it after a few minutes, if they notice it at all, they might open their windows, because it will sound like a white noise machine. Going out their window. I hope. That's But I think it all comes into this, we were working really hard with all the lights. And all the hauling snow, I mean, our snow is wore out by the time it melts. I mean, it is, we moved it, we loaded it, we've blown it, multiple times. We've touched the same snow 20+ times by the time it melts. At this rate. And and it's dirty snow at that point, in order to have this white. Winter wonderland that we're trying to kind of bring into town. If we wanted to make snow for Santa. For tree lighting, there was natural snow. We could blow snow for a couple hours or whatever. And have a nice white scenic backdrop for Santa to be in. For a big, there's a snowman making contest, during a carnival, we can make a pile of snow. And or the putt golf in the snow, we're not hauling dirty snow, it's got dirt and maybe some sand or salt or beer cans or whatever in it, but there'd be nice white snow for people to work with. And so, and for, $40,000. I think that's a pretty worthwhile investment. On our part.
You know when the awarding goes from OLRT?
I don't know that. I know the lead time on the machine was 6 to 8 weeks and we can order it with a PO.
So it would be here before December, it would be correct.
Yes. Yeah, one thing we'd have to work out internally would be, we can award POs and we've actually issued checks ahead of for the 26 budget ahead of 26. When we did that with Argo, we issued a deposit check before the end of the year. And it came out of 26 budget. So there would potentially be some flexibility of getting it here sooner than later, trying to make sure that the trails are open for Christmas. That to me was a big question mark. But that kind of is, we can work those details out together on the field.
If it's not here by that Christmas time, I almost rather go with the let's try it out before we buy a program, otherwise we're not
Yeah,
possibly getting our money's worth back. I would assume, so.
yeah, no, I think making Christmas would be that would be my ideal goal, if you guys help me with that. On allowing me to spend some 26 monies in 25. I don't see an issue with that at all. So you don't have to really decide now, I just need to know really if I should keep applying for the grant.
And if you don't get the grant, scratch it. I don't understand.
That was my original take, I mean, you guys could decide if you wanted to move up to 40,000 in-house. The other thing that's coming up is a trail, Grand County Tourism Grant, so that's in December, I think. Is the next application. We could try for another one then.
Do both, or do you have to
Could
commit the funds from the town into OLRT? The whole,
partially that,
the whole point of those grants is to increase nightly stays in
Yeah.
the area, so I don't see how that. I see how that would be a huge benefit
it would be a
to us.
huge benefit.
We
It
can-
applies to both grants 100%.
And if we get one, we can still apply, use the other grant for something else, or,
Yeah, or maybe,
yeah.
I can't try to get it here for Christmas.
Sure.
The next grant is in December. So
October 21st.
is the next tourism
That's
grant?
the OLRT recommendation to the BOC.
Oh, okay, I was
So,
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
I'd go keep going.
Okay, keep going.
40,000, not that, 80,000 always scares me, but yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, I think let's just move forward. Yeah.
Okay, I'll keep plugging away on that, so,
Great,
thank you guys for that.
thank you, did a great job with
And if you guys want
research.
have all this, I would like this back if it has my minutes. But you guys can pass that around, kind of see what it looks like and stuff, so you know what we're talking about.
And what does the automatic mean? That just means that you're not like,
It's kind of like the EFI on your car or snowmobile, it takes the, humidity, the barometric pressure, the actual ambient air temperature, and then puts together the best mix of, yep, we have 30 gallons in the water. It's 28 degrees outside, and this is what I can do, essentially. Which is something that we don't know.
And it does it automatically?
It does it automatically, like, literally we plug in the extension cord, and start the pump separately because the startup on any big electrical motor is the most draw, so we start the pumps separately, the fan pumps. And then away it goes, and
is that the generator or is that the pump?
the generator is where the pump is around.
I think it's.
So we don't have to swear.
No, we won't have the square. You'll have the blues.
Seems like, especially in noise, lobbies.
Okay, Public Works Capital Projects, this is item B, are you ready for that one now?
Ready for that one now?
Right,
Guess we'll start with the other money, big money piece of the puzzle. Well, I'm asking for money. And same thing, I don't need any commitments or anything. I just wanna know essentially if you'd like me to proceed with putting some of these things in the budget for next year, the 26 budget. So the next one is a snow blower. To get rid of all the snow that we just made. So, no, currently, we scrape all the snow in the middle of the road out here, we're just talking about the downtown area, and I have a map that I can show you here, it is roughly 9.5 acres. So on any given snowstorm, not only do we just plow a lot of the side streets and the snow goes to the road, as most of you guys know, we also haul out completely straight and move 9.5 acres worth of snow, every snowstorm. I thought that number was wrong, but I double and triple checked it, and it appears to be 9.5 acres of snow that we move. That doesn't include the alleyways that, we get around 6 yards of snow out of each alley, and the rest kind of spills off to the sides. This doesn't include any of that snow either. Give or take, after it's plowed and the snow load, that's around 50 truckloads of snow. That we have, that's at 4 inches. Obviously, the more snow we get, the adds up pretty quick. 6 inches of snow is 77 truckloads, and 8 inches the 103 truckloads of snow that we got out of the downtown area. One of the issues we face, along with every other town in our county, is snow storage. Fraser has officially given up their hauling snow. They don't have the snow storage capacity anymore. We are with the housing that we are getting, we're also losing our largest downtown snow storage area. So we are talking about loading snow. It's been a conversation for a couple of years now. And the next ask is gonna be for a snow blower. To load out the snow. Not only do we clean up after events with them. We actually use these two ones one for winter carnival, this one for ski joring. Um. It's really not so much about that, it's more about that we are needing to get the snow moved out of the downtown area. And we need to do it efficiently, running loaders back and forth, one bucket at a time, half a dump truck load at a time. Is. And well, it's a third of the dump truck at a time. Not the best way to do it. We are spending a lot of money in diesel, a lot of tractor time. On the roads. And we have a lot of exposure. Cause it takes us a lot longer to do so. You know, I figure we could run truckloads on a 3 to 5 minute rotation. Depending on where we had to haul them to. Which currently, you know, set up right now, we're probably looking at a 10 to 15 minute per same equipment and snow. So, at least cutting our snow moving in half. It also reduces our exposure, like I said, downtown. It would reduce our risk of damage to hopefully everything around here. This tractor in particular, one that I'm in favor of, burns 1.9 gallons of diesel an hour. In comparison to a loader consumption of 3 to 4 gallons of diesel an hour. It's pretty significantly less. It would allow us to open up the downtown area faster after events. And provide a better tourism benefit. My vision, and I've talked with at least Acord Asphalt at this point about having a truck that would be available. I keep them in the same loop as I do the guys, and that, yes, we are plowing tomorrow, we got 4 inches of snow. We're starting at 4, and they will bring a truck up. Right now, I have, after demoing both tractors really for units that are available in the area. I'm in favor of considering the Zog monoblock 230. Pass these around to you. The unit in particular that I've been working with, the people from Zog, which have now branded themselves Zog America. And are mostly, they have a headquarters in Central or Commerce City now that is hardline equipment. They were the ones that donated the snow blowers for the setup and tear down of ski joring. Volvo, so you guys know, Power Motive donated the snow blower for Winter Carnival. The monoblock 230, the one that we're all the public works staff is in favor of, has a 230 horsepower Mercedes. It is stage 5 emission certified. And it holds 39 gallons of diesel and 4 gallons of DEF. Some of the major benefits to the Zog versus like the RPM tech is it doesn't have shear pins at all on it. It is all clutches, so if you run into something, you stop and turn it off and it restarts at that point. Out here for Carnival, first batch of snow we drove into, we sheared the shear pins on that RPM tech and it took about 2 hours to get it going. Acords have one and they have put 50 hours on it in 5 years because every time they take it out, it costs them so much money. Like $7,000 from the belts one time. And so, which Zog doesn't have any of that stuff on it. The unit itself costs $250,000. It is the demo unit that was up here. It has 25 hours on it. Comes with regular 1 year warranty still. Give you an idea, the new one costs $358,000 for a brand new one. So it's more than $100,000 off. For not helping them with the demo days and being able to use unit that was imported before tariffs.
One more time on that demo price one.
250,000. 0000250.
And that attaches to the front of the loader.
Yes, goes straight on our 624Ks. All the controls, everything is handled Bluetooth through the cab. There's no wires to run. So either one of the tractors can pick it up, take the control with you, and you can run it from either one of the 624s without having to run any wiring. There's no hydraulics, it was all standalone.
It's pretty cool.
You literally hook up just like the bug is. And it loads snow fast. And yeah, $100,000 off. Is a pretty good deal.
So we only have one dump truck, right?
We have one dump truck. Which we would build sides on, taller sides on, like if you watch any videos on the snow removal, which I'm proud of Michael and I probably don't do that regularly. But you know, if you ever, like Montreal really is kind of the staple of snow removal, at least in the Americas, if you will, and they do an incredible job, and they load out all that snow. To the 4 or 5 dump locations around the town. Not only do they load it with a snow blower, then at the site, there's an even bigger snow blower and they stack it with a snow blower. So they're blasting that stuff up there, 100+ feet high. And so, but you put these sides on your truck, so when you're loading, it's not going over the outside edge as much, not increasing capacity.
Do you think in the future, buy another truck? Or do we have capabilities of like an end dump?
I don't know if we could go to an end dump, but we could definitely go to like a quad axle. And that's why I talked to the Acord, because they have those quad axles. And that would be a lot, much higher capacity. You're talking 15 tons to 27 tons. And so you move a lot more snow close. Yeah. And I only talked to him about one truck at this point. Just because our hauls are gonna be really short. Maybe it would justify 2, but. And then down the road, if we wanted to talk about keeping our truck and getting another truck, that would be a conversation. We could have.
Conversation for another day.
Yeah, I think honestly, our best approach to it would be to essentially give a trucking company, whether it's Acords or Miller Tire or Link or whatever it is, kind of like a retainer. So when I text them at 2 in the morning and say we're on, they're there. And I think the retainer is kind of important. That way they can know that their staffing needs, they have a little capital to work on and make sure that they have their trucks not winterized and they have staff capable of running, and it's hard to do that, especially in snow plowing where it's all kind of blue sky. We don't really know, there are no guarantees in snow plowing. It's gonna snow a bunch, so you need to staff up, and then all of a sudden you go broke because you're paying your staff to sit around all winter. So I think have a retainer, if you will, or a subscription to their service would be the approach. It's kind of new to them too, so not, kind of working through those details with them, but that's my idea of it. I'll pass it to them 42.
Yeah, Dennis, once Matt and I had this conversation, I like the, roll off trucks that you see for like the big roll off dumpsters.
Right.
Yeah,
You can get it, roll off on the back. And ideally, which would maybe save us a bunch of money in the long run, is, big trash compactors to be used at the pay as you throw, and now we're not contracting with trash company, and we talked about empty trash cans and stuff like that, so. You said what, 350 probably?
For new roll off truck.
Yeah, so it's not cheap, it's just kind of stacking itself, but. And they even make, I'm sure you get a skid platform for a water tank, so when it comes to
Yeah.
spraying roads with mag or whatever product we end up using. You,
Flatbeds for hauling tractors, lumber, there's all kind. One of the things that you see a lot of is them dropping a big 40-yard container in like this parking lot. You load it, while the truck's hauling the other one off, they bring in empty, you're loading, so the roll-offs is a really big.
Yeah, the big roll-off, be a great idea.
Yeah, and Michael said when we started talking about those compactors, I brought to you guys, for pay as you throw. Then that's also another way to kind of split the cost of it, pay as you throw. Which is, essentially money making enterprise has the ability, we could have them pay for a portion of it too. It's not just all based on the tax dollars at that point. And so we use things similar with like the water department and stuff, which are other tractors. Other capital items, and then my overall list. Went through, kind of just want to fill you guys out on. If you'd like to see me put these other ones also in the capital budget for this year. The engineering of the removal of the moraine at Jefferson Street.
The what?
Removal of the moraine between Jefferson Street and the Bighorn Lodge. Be like,
boardwalk in.
Yes, thank you, I was,
Sorry,
no, you're good, it wasn't you, it was me. Okay, got it now.
so I have $50,000 on my list here. For engineering of that, the new engineering design of the boardwalk. And the marine removal is the biggest piece of that puzzle. You guys, and like me to keep plugging forward with that. In the budget also.
Is that with the civil engineer?
Yeah. Biggest issue I see that we're gonna face is we're gonna have some. We're gonna have some water and sewer issues with the house above the glass house and maybe. We're gonna have to structurally retain that wall, that bank, so that house doesn't fall in the road. And that's gonna be a big piece of this puzzle. Cause they're built pretty close to the property line up there. And so,
Would that include estimated costs for the project too?
yeah, I mean, I can nail that down farther, but yeah, it should give us like a quantity of material to be removed. And, what imported material we would need for road base and things like that. To go as far as a real estimate, I don't know if I would ask them to do that for sure. They seem to wander a little bit on our local pricing. And so,
That would not be an in-house project by any means.
the majority of the dirt work possibly could be. The wall building, I don't think we could handle that in-house. What we run into on a project like that is not only do we have that, plus, we have 2 hours in the morning of doing other things to keep town rolling. So it's hard to dedicate enough staff to get it done in a timely manner. So if it was the removal of the dirt, and it was, a fashion that we can do it kind of over an extended period of time, we could definitely consider in-house options for that. Which might then lead to another dump truck or roll off with a dump bed on it. I don't think we would really need it for that, but our dump truck. It's got just over 100,000 miles on it. Sounds like a lot on your personal car, but those types of trucks are designed to run millions of miles, so we are. Like, it is in some regards just broken. What years? 1974. So, and it has a heated dump bed, which with current emissions, you would never be able to pull off.
Wow.
So it's really great for asphalt and other things like that. The other things I'd like to consider for next year's, would be West Portal micro seal from the highway to the bridge. They gave us a quote this year for $100,000, but I was gonna put down 120 in the budget for that ask. And then the continuation of the paving on Carnes Avenue and Marina Drive from Center Drive, so from Grand Lake Center over to Shadow Mountain Drive, where we paved Shadow Mountain Lane, where we paved last year. I'd like to cap that with just, and both these are just 2-inch caps. Because I do know there's some water line issues on Carnes Avenue that'll have to be addressed. Hopefully, they can be addressed before this. But also on Marina, we're kind of waiting for that, the money to come through for our drainage project that we have over there. And what will require some elevation changes and different things, so. I don't wanna put too much money into those. And, based on this year's prices plus a little bit of extra cushion. It's 79,200, so I was gonna put 80,000 on that.
Can you say the streets again? I wasn't listening.
So from the Carnes finishing there from the Hodat project, Grand Lake Lane to in front of Jerry's house, Point Park essentially. Which is like 365 feet or something like that.
Was there an end?
And then the section from Marina Drive, on Marina Drive. In front of the Grand Lake Center, essentially. From Center Drive to where we paved it last year on Shadow Mountain Drive.
So that Mike's house, correct?
Right in front of Mike's house, yeah. And that's 79,200, give or take. So I was gonna put $80,000 on that. Bringing my grand total ask to $580,000.
Would that be your only paving for the year?
That would be the crack, yes, between the cracks, the micro sealing and the paving, that would be the only paving. That I was planning on, there was the only caveat would be if the county decided to go in. With us on the micro sealing of West Portal. At any figure that we could maybe see something off that 120. This is us going all in to the bridge, so paying for every penny of it. So if the county decided that they wanted to pitch 40, 50, 60, whatever it was, that would all be money back in our. I was just budgeting for the whole.
To the bridge, correct?
To the bridge.
Okay.
Yeah, actually to the new asphalt seam on the west side of the bridge. Will be where it would go to, from the highway. And the entire intersection of time. So if the county decided they wanted to pitch on it, then maybe we could go farther. Maybe we have them do a different road, maybe we have them go down Center Drive or come down to the hardware store or something like that, if some of our monies were freed up. We can, or we could consider another paving project, small project.
How long would that extend the life of that road?
This is like well, your chip and seal is supposed to be a 5-year deal, but that was done in '96. So I hate to speculate, I hope we move it before we'd have to do anything else to it.
You're saying the paving was done on Portal 96?
The chip and seal is our portal 96. So. It doesn't add chip and seals 3/4 inch, 7/16 rock. This is crusher fines, which is like 5/16. More like, it's what's on our beach, essentially. Versus a larger aggregate. And so the application of it is literally a slurry out of the truck. Versus oil, gravel, oil. It's just one application. So it goes faster, minimizing the road closure issues and traffic situations we have there. And so. And like same thing, I guess I can need to go with this, I just need to know what you would like me to. Plan on.
You don't need to know all these today. It should be-
Biggest one I need to know right now is move forward on the grant, which I got that answer, so I will do that. Realizing that that is, for you guys, that is gonna be a line item. When did you say it's awarded, October?
October 21st is when he'll make the recommendations to the BOCC, and rarely does the BOCC not approve or disapprove that day.
Oh, okay, and when is our final budget due? You know, Mr. Mayor, Manager, you know when our budget is due?
On the, you mean due to?
Like when it has to be approved?
We'll be approving at the end of November.
Okay, so the October 21st deadline would allow us to say yay or nay, or let's pitch the extra 40, or maybe they come back and say, you know, great, but we'll give you 30 or 20, and we can have that conversation of, do we want to bump it up in our budget, or remove it all together? And that'll be that conversation.
Was there any grants for the snow blower?
I thought, I wondered the same thing, and I'm not positive there's not a route that we could go through water protection. But I think it's a real stretch.
I know Granby had their Bobcat and snowblower through OLIT. I don't know what the percentages were, but that was primarily for that trail going from downtown to City Market. So that was kind of their wording, was for a trail, which is open lanes, roads and trails.
Wasn't gonna use it on the trail, but I can blow snow onto the trail and take it around the road, for that matter.
I don't know, snow on the snowmobile trail.
150 feet away, I can go that lower. If you guys want me to try to spin something like that, I'm happy to try to give it a whirl. I think that's a little bit of a stretch, but. You guys want me to?
Or eligible if you can get more money than, what, $250,000?
What's that?
So that if you get the price down from.
That's $100,000 off already. I'm trying. Forget what the RPM tech was, it was like 180 and 205 for the one that we don't want. And so it was just a nightmare. And Acorn tried to sell me his today with 50 hours on
The snowblower?
Yeah.
What do you want for that?
it. I don't need much just to bring it up here. It's a piece, they're garbage. We don't want
You
them.
don't want to.
No, it's yeah, they're not worth it.
It's a mechanic's nightmare.
Yeah, and then we would be stuck and broke down and not getting our jobs done and so, I think Steve was gonna work, is there any other questions on my list of things?
No, thanks for,
Of course,
What was I gonna work on?
I think we were doing trail connectivity, but I was at least gonna do the lead into it.
Yeah.
And put on one of my other hats.
I'm just trying to moderate it.
Okay. So, I'm now speaking to you as Matthew Reed, board member for Headwater Trails Alliance. And there's this whole 2-page. It hasn't been board approved yet, but. When we relatively blunt with you guys, HTA is not sustainable at this point. The way it's being funded. And it's gonna come to a head. This year, pretty much.
It's not the same.
We're not really asking the town for more money, that's not our ask. Yes, they need more money to keep going. We need the town's help in going to the commissioners. We don't need our projects funded, that's where open land rivers and trails comes into place. If we're gonna rebuild the bridge. You know, across Middle Supply or whatever it is, that's an open land rivers and trails bridge. The base funding is what we have to get covered. The reliance on either unpredictable or unsustainable funding is not something that HTA can continue to do. They're not going away, that's not what we're saying at all, but we're saying getting harder and harder every year. And HTA is asking for some of the same monies that now Grand Lake is asking for a snowmaker. These are some of the same monies that HTA depends on, they just operate on their base funding, not even their projects at this point. Currently, the town donates $5,000 as a budget line item. And then I think there's another 5,000 in our donor advice fund. In the town's donor advice fund. We need help, meeting all the commissioners. For a line item in the county budget. To sustain the base funding for the water trail lines. This would do multiple things, one it would free up. Mira and Myra, that when we wanna start talking about the trail. Or whether it's the Grand Lake Trail or the Grand Lake to the Grand Lake Metropolitan Rec District Trail. Which what they should be working on and facilitating that versus trying to get grants and keep doors open. That's what the base funding needs to cover, is the staff time to operate, 36 grants a year?
We average 25, yeah.
25 grants a year to just keep going. The staff this year is comprised of 19 full-time employees and 14 part-time employees. They handle our ambassador program out here at the kiosk. They do a lot of other stuff that Grand Lake's kind of different than the other towns, in fact. That we're so little and we have to look at so much outside of our city limits, but they work on around 1,800 miles of trail a year. With these 30 people, give or take. One or two of which are solely in the office working on cranes nonstop. The demand on our trails is going up, as we all hope it does. That's what we're all here trying to do, is bring these economic drivers to our community. There was an IGA formed in 1996 between all the towns, the county, and all the rec districts that provided this base funding. That is not active at this point. It's that kind of stuff, and when this letter is finalized, we can make sure that you guys all get it. But it's that kind of help leaning on the commissioners that HTA needs from the town board. The other piece of this puzzle is we're looking at a fee for service framework. So then that's where it gets even harder for Grand Lake. Is what trails would we have an interest in, committing some funds to maintain, whether it be the East Shore Trail, Thompson Trail. Middle supply, south supply. And where is it out of the scope of Grand Lake, but we see the direct economic impact in the city from the visitors of those trails. The Winter Park and Fraser are different because they abut right to the forest. You ride right out of town to the forest, and we don't have that connectivity yet. But that connectivity is something that Myra can be working on, or Mira can be working on instead of working on rates. The other piece of this conversation is from my other hat, the rec district. The board, the rec district board kind of turned coming down to this meeting. They were supposed to be here. That was what this workshop was intended for, was the rec district board and the town board to have a roundtable conversation and try to, put together stuff from trail connectivity being kind of a major piece of that, and also youth programming. They obviously weren't here, so I said I'd take the entire hour and a half. And, asked, Mira and Myra joined us to come also help with this trail connectivity conversation and how they can help us facilitate that. So the rec district, I got an overwhelming. They don't want to be a part of the conversation, they just want to know what the ask is. What's the ask? And if we go to them with an ask, that's what they want to see. Some of your constituents join the meeting and it's gonna be an uphill battle with the relationship. We want to try to mend that relationship with the rec district. They are supposed to be the Grand Lake Rec District. They should be serving the recreational needs of our community, not just in the city limits. But their entire district, it goes all the way to the bottom, I don't know if you guys know where Paul Harrington used to live, or Dave Freeman lives, down the bottom of Pop Divide, that's the district. It's huge.
And it goes to 125, right?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, like, you know where like Tucker Mertz lives, and whatnot, they're in the rec district. Grand Lake Rec District, not the Gravy Rec District. So it's a pretty huge, tax base that they are getting bills from, and we need to be a better partner with them, I guess, and that they don't want to do it, not gonna be.
So,
Yep, go
sorry, I'll
ahead.
let you guys finish,
No.
before we ask questions, no, seriously, go ahead.
So I think it would be a good time for Myra to talk a little bit more about the letter. And it was way nicer than that. But, like I said, it's not totally approved by the other boards, by the rest of the boards, so.
So my name is Sullivan with Headwaters Trails Alliance. So, so in lieu of a letter, the sheet that I have handed out today is a sheet that we handed out in a meeting, one of the mayor managers meetings a couple months ago. Just kind of outlining and outlining things and providing people with a reminding background of how HTA came about. Basically, we were originally a committee of the county. And, like Matt mentioned, well, we eventually spun off into a 501c3 when the county realized that they needed a fundraising arm to do all of this type of work. And then as part of that, the local funding was created by IGA, where we can't find that magical calculation, but there was like some really fancy formula that was based on population, sales tax, property tax, kind of a combination of things. So that different communities, each community was paying a different amount. The county was paying, of course, then investing the largest share in doing it. I do have the original, not the formulas, but the amounts, but like the last couple of years that the IGA was in place was 2002 to or the one that I have is 2002 to 2003, and at that time the town of Grand Lake was paying $1,764 contributing towards HTA. At that time we had one employee. And we're primarily that was to help pay for the executive director's salary. Matt's numbers were a little bit off. This year we have our largest crew ever at 19 employees, 14 of us, 5 of us are year-round full-time, and then 14 are our seasonal crew. The 1,800 miles that he talked about, that's how many miles of trails that we have in Grand County. We try to get to 400 miles of trail a year. Right now we're at 720 miles. In the Grand Lake area, there is let's put this number together here. 150 miles of trails at Rocky Mountain National Park on the west side. Continental Divide National Scenic Trail has 30 miles of trail outside of Grand Lake, and then the Forest Service has the best thing that ChatGPT could give us was 200 plus miles.
You guys don't have anything to do with the forest and the park trails, or you do?
We do, we're the primary boots on the ground for the Forest Service and the BLM. So basically, right now, with the federal funding that the Sulphur Ranger District is getting, they should, years ago, if they had a full staff, they would have 35 people. They have 11 right now. They have no rec manager. They have no non-motorized trail crew. They have one person on their motorized trail crew. They don't have a wilderness trail crew. They used to have, the state had been funding until this year, the statewide OHB trail crew, which is no longer there because they haven't had the capacity to actually do the work for that crew. What HTA is doing through grants, 80% of what is how we're funded, we're 80% grants, 10% donations, and then 10% is committed funds. It's not a lot, right? It's really a business plan, financial business plan of hope, only having 10% as stuff that we can count on from year to year. We are thankful for Grand Lake for the half that's on the line item type of thing. But I mean, the $5,000, you guys are part of that 10%. Everybody else's grants. So for going back to the forest, so what we're doing this year is we wrote a grant with the OLRT committee to hire basically fill the position of a wilderness ranger. So the wilderness ranger works for HTA now, but is doing the work for the Forest Service. We have a 5-person field crew, which is one more than normal this year that we got through OLRT funds as well as Colorado State Trails funds through their Good Stewardship program. And that's our primary trail crew that does all the non-motorized stuff, some motorized stuff as well. And then this year we just signed a new challenge cost share agreement with the Forest Service because they haven't been able to really get boots on the ground in the East Troublesome and the Williams Fork Fire areas. We just signed a new agreement with them that over the next 3 years, we're gonna be doing $650,000 worth of work in those areas. As part of that, we'll also be applying probably for more grants outside of our community to fund special projects, and that is obviously $650,000 isn't gonna be enough. The Forest Service did just this past year have an almost complete, a little bit more complete this year, full assessment of the trail system in the East Troublesome and Williams Forks area. And essentially, of the trails they've seen, every foot up every trail needs to be addressed because of the way the fires were. We all know that, right? So there's a lot of work ahead. This year we were able to, we didn't think we were gonna be able to get a crew, but we were able to get a crew for that. So we didn't sign the challenge cost share agreement with Forest Service till the end of June. So we've had 3 people out there since mid-July, so a little over a month, tackling stuff. So like they did the Lost Lake Trail, and that's back in full commission. They've been basically working with the one motorized person for the first Forest Service and starting to bring some of the motorized trails back in line. Most of the stuff that we're trying to tackle this year is the easy win stuff, right? That doesn't need NEPA, that doesn't need major, because of major reroutes, doesn't need a lot of structures built, so on and so forth. Because there is still some variability to the. So that's what we're doing this year. The process that Matt was talking about is really the grant process within our communities is really locking us down. And I know that Matt said that it's a donation from Grand Lake. What I'd really like you guys to think about it is an infrastructure investment from Grand Lake, right? Trails are active transportation corridors. If we had a connector trail from here to Grand Lake, that is what the type of trail is considered, is an active transportation corridor. The East Shore Trail, even though it goes through the national parks, I consider that an active transportation corridor, because people are able to get from the Shadow Mountain area, Green Bridge to here via active transportation. The ability for, Mira does all of our grants. Just in the OLRT, she figures just for the OLRT grants, which are generally the donor advised funds grants, right? Which we've gotten some of our funding from you guys in the past via that. She spends about 30% of her job just managing those grants. That's a lot of time that could be spent doing planning or applying for grants from outside of our community to bring outside monies in. And so we're trying to do is get out of this grant paradigm, get back into an IGA type of thing, so that we can have a certain amount of funding that we can count on and not have to worry about each year, rather than just the 10%. In the nonprofit world, what they consider top end of the amount of your budget that should be grants is 75%. And I've already told you we're at 80, so we far exceed that. Most other communities have their municipalities and their counties have a trails and open space or a DNR is part of that, is doing that kind of thing. And of course, those organizations, just like you as a municipality, you've got a tax base that can rely on that. We sort of tried to push for that when the OLRT fund went back out to referral last year for the vote, but the county didn't really bite on that. So what we're hoping for is, like Matt said, is for pressure actually not just to the county, but to your with our fellow municipalities to come into more, get back to this IGA or MOU, whatever it needs to be, where we can count on each of our municipal partners for some base funding every year without having to go through the grant writing process. I know that there's the challenges with saying, well, if we give to one 50C3, we give to another. But I'm gonna argue on that, like on the east side, that, you know, they have an IGA, the Housing Authority. So why couldn't you have that for another organization that is basically a de facto department? In a different way, right? Because municipalities in the county don't have trails and open space department. Any questions I can answer on all of that?
I have one.
Sure.
As we think about committed dollars, it's supposed to grant dollars.
Yep.
It kind of ties to the one hand does let and the other hand gives back, right?
Yep.
So have you given some thought as to what that may look like, that coming to the board and asking for a 5-year commitment? Could we structure a 5-year plan of outcomes that makes it is an investment then, because you're basically doing the grant writing one package.
Yeah, and so for an example of that, you know, I was telling you that that 2003 year was a $1,764, and probably the return that you guys are getting on that, I'm gonna say was under $50,000. And that was probably super generous in those days to have that type of return. Now you are putting in just not quite 3 times that, $5,000, but we know from the numbers that we look at every year, we look at this every year. As a general rule, for the Grand Lake area, we're putting in, you guys are getting a return of $150,000 to $250,000.
Right, that's
So,
that's something that would help me sell it to the board.
sure. And that's gonna be higher in the next couple of years because, you know, now we have, basically East Province's crew. That's gonna be working full time for the next 3 summers.
Your information to me is really overwhelming. I, to be honest, didn't know a lot of the things that you just spoke about. And frankly, it's disappointing to hear that the funding hasn't been there from the county and the community, like you're asking.
Yeah, so, you know, it's the county, basically now that the OLRT fund has switched over into in perpetuity fund, is we had been a line item with them for quite a few years at a $50,000 level. And now that the OLRT fund is there, they want us to get all of our funding through there. Of course, it's a competitive grant writing process. Matt and I were talking before this meeting about, you know, he was informing me about the snow gun. And I know that the town of Granby is applying for a significant amount of funding. What's new with this cycle of the OLRT fund is now that we can apply for operation or staffing funds. The previous iteration of the OLRT fund, we couldn't. We applied for that. Last year was the first year that we applied for it. That was eligible. We applied in the fall. But I think this fall is gonna be the Hunger Games. When it comes to funding, because we're in the same pot as wildfire. And I can tell you that the last cycle in the spring, wildfire ate up the largest chunk of what is available. But you can share that 40% with Transit.
Well, you've given us a lot to think about, and I'd like to talk to you on the side a little bit more too, to understand some pieces and to understand, to speak to Matt's comment about the rec district. I think there's more discussion to be had there. I was extremely disappointed in the meeting that I went to last week by buy everything, to be perfectly honest. And, I'm disappointed that they didn't come down today, and I'm curious, they just want us to ask, but our ask might be pretty good, or pretty big, and I think they should have come down to have more of a discussion about it than that, but we'll deal with that.
Yeah, so for your historical information, they were one of the entities that was part of the original IGA.
Okay.
Both Fraser Valley Rec and Red Lake Rec.
Thank you.
Fraser Valley still continues to contribute to us. Grand Lake has not in probably 20 years.
Which is extremely unfortunate considering the amount of money that they are bringing in from their tax base that is extremely large, and they're not really reciprocating the neighborhood.
Yeah, and I mean, we want to be there here.
Sure.
For Grand Lake as much as we could, in getting the, snowmobile trails going. I think we're the leading the way as far as the Sawyer crews. Miles was with the Forest Service at the time, and he's like, I need you guys, and our crew came out, in, outside of our regular season to help get those trails open. So we want to be there for you guys however we can be there. Because we feel the trails across our county are just valuable, so valuable to all of our.
They absolutely are, and so we'll work together to see what we can do.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mike.
Need a thumbs up for a signing of that document, the support with the county, how does that all sound?
That will bring that back to you guys,
Okay.
the board member.
Great.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Matt?
Yep, want to hunt?
Yes.
Yep, I was just mainly grabbing my paperwork and answering questions. Exactly.
Thank you, since we have a big night ahead of us,
Yeah.
we'll go ahead and.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for everything.
Yeah.
Thank you to everyone, for coming to the workshop, you guys, and, we are gonna adjourn now. Let's, grab dinner really quick and regroup in less than 10 minutes.
Just like my ready to say. His dad is a famous, he trains alone. In that, it's a range on his. It's my famous historical.
Alright. Good evening.
It's only something that's not.
I need your attention, please. It is 6:06 on August 25th. For those of you that are here in town hall, thank you for coming. We love seeing a crowd. I'd like to call this regular meeting for the town of Grand Lake Board of Trustees to order. If you could begin with me to the pledge of allegiance.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Then Buffalo Day parade.
Under announcements, for those of you that are new to coming to our meetings, we do have dinner because we've been here since 4 o'clock, so forgive us while we eat. Please silence your phones and any other devices at this time. Remember, we are recording. Any conversations you need to have, please take them outside. Recordings will be available within the next 24 to 48 hours. All of our trustees are here tonight, except trustee Casso, who is under the weather. She is joining us online, however. I would take action on her absence, please.
Move to excuse trustee Casso from tonight's regular meeting.
Motion
Okay.
and a second. Elena, will you please continue roll call?
Yeah, trustee Miller.
Aye.
Trustee Mills.
Aye.
Trustee Arson?
Who's doing roll call? Here.
No. You're excusing your absence, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
Well, that's not what it said.
perfect. And we'll continue process.
Oh, sorry. You're good. Okay, it's all right. Go on, finish. All right, trustee Shoner.
Right.
Mayor Pro Tem
Aye.
Mayor Burke.
And roll call, the rest of us are here. Conflicts of interest,
Trustee Miller,
No conflicts.
trustee Arson,
No conflicts.
trustee Mills,
No conflicts.
trustee Shoner,
None.
Mayor Pro Tem Silva,
No conflicts.
Mayor Burquist.
and I have none. Manager's report, Manager Kudrow.
Good evening, trustees, members of the audience. The last couple of weeks been kind of busy. We've had a lot of fun. We've done, a number of things to move the town forward. Last week on Thursday and Friday, the mayor and I attended the quarterly Colorado Association of Ski Towns meeting in Estes Park. Topics discussed included, short-term rental policies and regulations, affordable housing development context, grant funding, and other topics that impact all of us and many other mountain communities. We had an opportunity to share our ideas and issues with peer communities, including those who have bigger budgets than us and those who have smaller budgets than us. And it turns out that we all have very similar problems and not enough money to solve them. Buffalo Days 2025 occurred on the 16th, 17th of August, and it was another roaring success. Paint and sip and line dancing on Friday. They estimated that there were 20 people at the paint and sip and another 25 at line dancing. On Saturday, continued to have all kinds of fun in the park, concert down on the beach, real buffalo barbecue. And on Sunday, there was Cowboy Church as well as our annual parade. You'll notice, the mayor was there with the Wild Women of the West. Were you the Wild of the West? She did have a gun. At the most recent Board of County Commissioners meeting, county commissioners issued stage 2 fire restrictions for the county. I'm certainly not a firefighter, but one of the smart ones that I have had a chance to talk to over several years said this rain in August is one of the things that causes some of the biggest concern for firefighters. As soon as the rain stops, it gets hot and dry again, and all that stuff that sprouts turn really tender dry. So I don't think that just a couple of days of rain is going to make this go away. Our Stacy Gray ribbon cutting is September 13th at 3 p.m. Join us. It'll be the third Stacy Gray project in the state of Colorado to be built, featuring 9 attainable housing units and a 3,000 square foot community maker space. The development will be located at the corner of Park and Hancock. Immediately following the Space to Create groundbreaking event, we will also have a ribbon cutting ceremony to officially unveil the new town park marquee. Both of these projects are the result of long-standing partnerships and collaborative efforts between the town of Grand Lake and the Grand Lake Creative District, among others. Upcoming events. Vets and Pets was this weekend, summer concert series this Wednesday. Labor Day is coming up this weekend, and then it's time for September. Colorado Grand Lunch Stop and Constitution Week will be here for the 15th to the 20th, and there will be fireworks on Saturday evening. Next board meeting is September 8th. Before I do go any further, I did want to give a big shout out to staff who made Buffalo Days really work. Sarah Weeks spent months and months putting it together, and it went really, really well. The guys at Public Works, we had 4 of them, Jimmy, Johnny, Cody, and there was Jack, helped out during Buffalo Days, and they were there whenever the radio crackled for them. So I want to give a big shout out. Thank you guys. And then also Stephanie Roan from the Grand Lake Chamber, with their executive director leaving. Some of the staff, part-time staff even, is stepping up to make sure that those chamber events are going on. So thanks, Stephanie.
That's great. Okay, next we have public comments. This is a time for unscheduled comments. This time is reserved for members of the public to make a presentation to the board on any items or issues that are not on scheduled agenda. The board will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the board make any decisions on the items presented at this time. Rather, the board will refer the items to staff for follow-up. If a member wishes to make comments regarding items up for discussion by the Board of Trustees on the agenda, time will be allocated at the beginning of each non-quasi judicial item. For items of a quasi-judicial nature, time will be allocated during the public hearing conducted for that time. If you'll please notice the clock above, just right there, be mindful, please, of the 3 minutes that you were given for each individual. We much appreciate your consideration on this. If you'd like to come up, please state your name and address for the record. If there's anyone that would like to.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Ms. Beeson came to me prior to speak to you all about an incident that happened on the boardwalk. She provided me with some visual materials, and she also asked me if you would consider more than the 3 minutes, just a couple of minutes more, because she wanted to provide context as well.
I suppose so. Yes, of course. Thanks, Katie.
Thank you. My name is Katie Beeson and I live at 13692 US Highway 34 in Grand Lake. I'm here tonight to raise awareness and draw attention to a problem that I fear is going to cost our town greatly if action is not taken. That problem is aggressive, sometimes violent, uncontrolled dogs on our boardwalk, beach, and parks. The video that we have called Bandit and Billy, do you see that one? Yeah, that one. This video is our white dog and his best buddy, Billy Biggs. Billy belongs to Kirsten and Hecky Heggendorf, who most of you know well. Bandit and Billy have a standing play date where they love to romp in the grass. Sadly, that tradition, which is pretty adorable, may have come to an end. 2 weeks ago, Hecky was walking Billy on the boardwalk in town near One Love. A woman was sitting alone with her unleashed pit bull mix as they walked by, and her dog set his sights on Billy and attacked. This next video. Do you have sound? You can see the dog lunge out at Hecky. It's probably for the best that the sound isn't great. But the sound of the dog's growls, Billy shrieking in pain, and Hecky's cries for help are going to be with me for a very long time. Billy ran for cover to the grass near her home, where she would have died had she not been found. Sorry. 2 weeks, 5 surgeries, and thousands of dollars later, this is Billy. Sorry, these are just individual pictures. You can just go through them, Elena, as you can get them. Some of the images are hard to look at, but I have edited out the worst of them. Billy's physical attacks are going to take a long, long time to heal, and she's probably going to be a very different dog after this trauma. That purple is what I colored over so that you didn't have to see the worst of it. The woman who owns this predator disappeared into the night like a coward. Now you might ask, what does this have to do with our town? That's a good question. A few things. Grand Lake contracts with the county for law enforcement services, yet the police were called that very night and no one came. No one spoke to witnesses, no one got a description of the woman or the car she drove. No one looked for surveillance tape from neighboring businesses. Baxter and One Love did what they could, but they are not law enforcement. In fact, it took almost 2 weeks for the Heckendorfs to hear from the sheriff's office, and that was only after Steve Kudron followed up. This was relegated to animal control, which does not have investigative resources necessary, and it conveys the message that this was not a crime, but it was a crime. While the town cannot be held responsible for a first incident like this, I have consulted several legal sources who tell me that if we do nothing after an incident like this and it happens again, the town could very well be sued and held liable for not taking action. I would encourage all of you to Google this, and you'll find that there have been many towns across the country that have been held liable for not taking action to protect their citizens after an incident like this occurred. To my knowledge, this is at least the third incident this summer in our town's public spaces. Has the town taken action in other instances? I honestly don't know the answer to that question, but I would like to know. Moving forward, I'm asking the town for 3 things. 1, assist in finding this woman and holding her accountable by posting the video and the reward on the town's page. 2, create, post, and enforce laws requiring dogs to be leashed. I'm told we have a law in Grand Lake, but I was not able to find it. However, I'm happy to report I was able to find that you're not permitted to have monkeys in town. Given the rash of monkeys I've seen around town, I'm glad to know that we've gotten that under control. The county has a law requiring a leash or voice command, which is not a leash law. Everyone thinks their dog is under voice control until they're not. There are dogs regularly running free in town. Who knows if certain circumstances might cause those dogs to attack? I'm guilty of having my own dog off leash because I didn't know there was a leash law. I'm asking that the town actively and aggressively promote and enforce laws and have a 1 strike and you're out rule. Fines for non-compliance should be swift and severe. And after 1 act of aggressive behavior, the offending dog should no longer be permitted on public town property. 3, create a suitable dog park where dogs can run unleashed with appropriate safety guidelines. Providing a place for these dogs to run will protect all of us. It is sad that these actions are necessary, but a few irresponsible pet owners have ruined it for the rest of us. I believe that these actions will not only make Grand Lake safer for all locals, visitors, and animals, but will protect our town from litigation that we could face for not taking action. Lucky for Kirsten and Hecky, it's looking like Billy's going to survive. That was not certain just a week ago. But I'm pleading with all of the decision makers here and everyone listening, do not walk out of here unbothered by this. Do not think that this is not the town's problem. There is no higher call for this board than the safety of our town. Please, please take action. Sorry. The next attack could be another dog, or worse, a child. I have small grandchildren who regularly walk past that corner, and I know that some of you have children that you love that walk our town's boardwalks. It could have been any of them, or a dog that you love. As a town, are we prepared to take this chance? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak at this time for public comment? I'm not hearing any. At this time, we have our consent agenda. This is where the board considers tasks that are of a rare and tasks that got flustered. That are of regular nature and for record keeping purposes. If a board member wishes to consider any of these items individually, this is appropriate to do so. You take a moment to look over anything. We'll start with questions or I'll entertain action on any of these items.
Mr. Manager?
Yes.
On the Lucy Lane Road expenses, have you rebuilt the Citizens Street, the parties for the the percentage of it.
Yes, part of the annexation agreement was that, they made a deposit, in excess of 115% of the first payout. So they made a deposit of $192,000, 60 days ago.
So we'll apply the deposit to this.
Correct, and that brings their balance below 5% of the total balance. So they'll be refunding that in the next week before the next payout. I will repeat myself for the record because my microphone was on. Yes, the developer paid a deposit of $192,000 at the time of commencement, and that was used to pay their portion of payoff.
And our portion of the budget is okay.
Correct.
Updating not too much for Maple Street Builders for the marquee, have we made a previous payment?
$42,000 in total. So this brings it to about 130. There's about another 32,000 left in the budget. Mhm.
Questions? I'll entertain action on the consent agenda.
I move to approve the consent agenda dated August 25th, 2025.
I have a motion
Second.
and a second. Please pull the board.
Trustee Aronson?
Aye.
Trustee Mills?
Aye.
Trustee Miller?
Aye.
Trustee Shepherd?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Silva?
Aye.
And Mayor Burgos.
Aye. Thank you very much.
For those waiting for checks, we should be able to have those printed and signed by 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Thank you very much. Financial review.
Trustees, I emailed you right before the meeting. 65 pages of financials. I don't expect that you have reviewed all of them. I did want to make sure that they are on the record. We were able to get pre-meeting, the AP done before the weekend. We were able to get most of the financials done. We were able to get the final revenue numbers for June put in this morning to complete the entire report. What you have are 3 different sets of reports. The first one is the 37-page monster that you all are starting to get used to looking at. This shows you the period actual, the year-to-date actual, what the budget is, and the percentage of the year that has been completed, or the percentage of the budget. Those numbers are translated into a 7-page report that makes a lot more sense. So that's the one that you want to look at. That's what we take out of our accounting system and we put it into a spreadsheet based upon your request. You'll notice under revenues that we are actually well ahead. We are 5.6% up for the year. June was a record. We were 9.9% up in sales in June. Our revenues, while not large, it's $435,000. One of the interesting things with us in June is that oftentimes several businesses that may not have been able to pay their taxes when there was no business are able to pay their taxes when Memorial Day hits. So sometimes that makes bounces that we may not expect. Revenues in the Marina Fund as I checked over the weekend. As you can see, the total revenues show at 297,000. As of the middle of August, that number was at 365,000. I expect that they'll exceed that budget.
It's the closing date for Marina.
Should be September 20th, the third week is what we're hoping to get through. We're gonna try to keep it open. We do have 3 people that'll be sticking around. That we might start putting a couple of the boats away. One of the things in our budget is I received a proposal from the marina manager and Public Works. Because we now have a mechanic and we also have staff that can do the work. The marina and Public Works are gonna seasonally set all of the boats this year, so they'll be able to do a couple boats a day as opposed to trying to get them all through a period of time. That ought to let us keep the marina open a little bit longer. Save us about $18,000 in cost. I also included prepaids so that you can see kind of what are the big checks that go out every month. And then you also have a chance to see what our bank cash balances are. You'll notice that in our savings accounts and all accounts, our current cash is $7.7 million. Including reserved funds, it's $8.5 million. We have $844,000 in committed funds in cemetery conservation trust funds, attainable housing emergency reserves, and sales tax bond reserves. Our total debt that we're carrying over $50,000 totals $5.6 million. That's distributed from sales tax bonds, drinking water revolving fund, and the certificate of participation for the Matthews property. Any questions from me?
Not hearing you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Next, we have items for discussion. We've got quasi judicial tonight too, so all of those will handle that way. They will open up for public hearing. Patient for that. We'll start with our first item, resolution 38, 2025. Manager Kudrow.
Trustees, I would like to request that we continue this item until September 8th, 2025. The reason that we will be continuing this item is that as of the time of the meeting, we were not in agreement with the county, the forest, and the town as to who was providing what approvals and who wasn't. Our attorney caught that, asked some of the questions that couldn't be answered by me or the county. And we chose to dig a little bit deeper, make sure that all of the proper authorizations are in play. So that you know, shoreline variances are something that's very unique to the town of Grand Lake. What sits on the water isn't owned by the town or owned by any individual property owner. What they attach to the town has decided many, many years ago that we have the authority to regulate that. So as a result, it's very important that all people who have a voice in decision-making on a specific body of water all are in the same agreement moving forward. So we'll have that agreement for you on that.
Thank you. Item B, quasi judicial public hearing, resolution 36-2025. Manager Kudrow.
All right.
I'm going to pass this to Emily Weber, Howard Planner with Ayers Associates.
All right, can everyone hear me?
We're gonna turn it up just a little bit, Emily. No. I don't know if you-
Okay, how about now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor and trustees. Let me pull up my screen. All right, and everyone's seeing the screen, right?
Yes.
Okay. So tonight we have Resolution 36-2025 on the agenda. This site is located at 900 Grand Avenue. Here's an aerial image of that site. It is on the corner of Ellsworth and Grand. The site is zoned commercial, and the applicant is proposing a mixed-use development on site that includes an approximately 1,000 square foot tap house and then 2 residential units on the second and then third story. With that proposal, they're also including an outdoor patio. Before going further into zoning and regulations, I'm just going to highlight the process. This is considered a minor development application, and so there is a preliminary development application and a final development application associated with this proposed development. Right now, the applicant is at preliminary development application. So it does require review by the Planning Commission and the Board of Trustees. So the Planning Commission did review this at their meeting last week on August 20th. You are reviewing this tonight at your board meeting, and then the applicant will come back with a final application. And this will include a review by referral agencies and then will be reviewed by the Planning Commission and Board of Trustees again. All right, so starting with zoning regulations, the proposed uses are a tap house and multifamily residential units, and those are both permitted uses within the commercial zone district. One thing with the commercial zone district is that under conditional uses, it states that a mixed use development with greater than 50% residential space allocated towards that development, it requires a conditional use permit. So the applicant is proposing approximately 53.1% of the total development to be allocated towards the residential use, and therefore it does require a conditional use permit. A conditional use permit can run concurrently with a final development application, and the applicant has indicated that that is the route that they are going to pursue rather than modifying the development plans to meet that 50% threshold. Here's an overview of the proposed development. The footprint of the building is located on the back half of the lot, and then Grand Avenue and the outdoor patio are in front of the proposed building. And then you can see Ellsworth on that west side of the site, just to get your bearings of the site. So one thing that a few things that are considered are the parking, snow storage, and open space on site. For parking requirements, because the applicant is proposing 2 residential units, and with the layout of those proposed units, they are required to have 4 residential spaces on site. So town code does require that residential parking spaces be located on site, and the applicant is locating them on the back half of the site with access to the alley. So they are meeting that residential requirement. With their commercial space, they are required to have 8 parking spaces. The town code does allow these parking spaces to be allocated on street parking. So there are more than 8 parking spaces between the Ellsworth adjacent right of way and the Grand Avenue adjacent right of way. So they are meeting that quantity. And then they're also required to have an ADA space. There is an existing ADA space, so they are meeting that as well. The applicant is required to show and provide snow storage on site. They are proposing 318 square feet of snow storage, and that is based on the square footage of the paved area on site. And you can, per town code, utilize off-street parking spaces for that snow storage. And so they are meeting that requirement. At time of final development application, staff will further review the feasibility and the location to ensure that it is a functional snow storage removal plan. With this development, they are required to have 35% of the site be open space. Town code does allow the open space to be, or that outdoor patio can be considered as open space for this site. So with that outdoor patio, they are meeting that percentage requirement for open space. Here are some renderings or a 3D rendering of the proposed development, and then the elevation from the front facade. So the elevation you see on the right-hand side of the screen, that is the view from Grand Avenue. And then the town code does have design review standards outlined within the code. So I did highlight some of those. The two that I want to address are the materials and the massing of the proposed development. The applicant is proposing that the primary building material be a metal wood grain siding. The town code does not list metal as an acceptable primary material. And so staff did recommend that either the applicant modify the plans and their proposed building materials to meet the town code requirements, or request a variance and go through the proper channels for that. So, and I'll touch on what the Planning Commission did discuss later on in my presentation. And then next we have massing. So the town code refers to massing of buildings and having buildings relate to the human scale and not overwhelming the pedestrian experience. And they suggest, the code encourages using additive and subtractive massing techniques or architectural techniques to achieve this goal and to achieve the reduction in visual impact of the building. And so staff did provide a memo outlining just some suggestions or techniques that can be utilized to help reduce the visual impact of the building. And I'll again touch on what Planning Commission discussed about the massing in the next slide. Staff does recognize that the applicant has some gables and some insets and offsets that do add and help reduce the visual impact of the building, but feel that the massing can be further addressed. And then for the setback on the third story, I'll explain this on this slide. Sorry, this is a really wordy slide and I won't read through everything line by line, but this is language and text taken straight from the code. So I just wanted to be able to reference that and to be able to pull it up if needed. So the town code section 12-7-4 is the design standards for structures. And so these are where the code requirements are coming from in the code standards. Under subsection C, it states additional design standards for commercial structures. And it does indicate that these commercial structure standards are for commercial buildings and other non-residential buildings. So that does include mixed use buildings. And so further on in that subsection, it does talk about the street wall. And the town code defines the street wall as the public space adjacent to the sidewalk and or street as a result of the buildings being constructed to or near the front and side property lines. It then goes on to state that it is encouraged that the street wall is formalized through development and that buildings be pushed up against that front and side property line. However, it also states that along Grand Avenue, there is the opportunity to soften this street wall and this edge by providing pedestrian amenities such as pocket parks or outdoor spaces or just general pedestrian accommodations. And so staff did find that while the building is set back approximately 36 feet from Grand Avenue. It is providing a public pedestrian amenity shown here out front of the proposed building, so that is allowed per town code. However, with that, there is a step back requirement. So after the first 2 stories or 24 feet, each additional story shall step back from the street wall a minimum of 12 feet. So there is some interpretation here for which facades and which sides of the building do apply to this step back requirement, because the town code specifically states a step back from the street wall. It doesn't define whether that street wall is still in play if the building is set back, because it is encouraging that the street wall is adjacent to the public right of way. So there's a little bit of interpretation there, and that's why I wanted to bring this text forward to the Board of Trustees. So like I said, Planning Commission did review this at their meeting last week. Generally, the Planning Commission was very supportive of the commercial aspect of the development, and the proposed tap house was of excitement. Generally, the proposed materials were of concern, especially with the primary material being metal. The Planning Commissioners emphasized the desire and the need to meet town code standards for that, and to maintain the rustic and really the true character of Grand Lake by maintaining these rustic materials. And then the Planning Commission did interpret that the step back requirement should apply to the Grand Avenue and Ellsworth Street facing facades. And then with that 4th condition, the Planning Commission did recommend to the board that the shed roof alternative along Ellsworth Street shall be incorporated into the final design. I just want to touch on this a little bit and provide some context and background. The applicant did provide some alternative renderings and potential solutions to massing of the building at the Planning Commission meeting last week. This was provided in their presentation, so it was not part of their formal application submittal, and therefore has not been reviewed by staff, was not under consideration for the staff memo, and then with that are not included as part of the materials under consideration tonight. So while there is that recommendation there, it does come with kind of a caveat of the way that the materials were presented. And so that is all that I have for my presentation. I know that the applicant is in the audience and would like to share and present, and is also available for questions. I am available for questions as well if you have any on town code requirements. And then with that, I recommend that the town board discuss the request and consider the application before them tonight.
Thank you very much. At this time, applicant is able to come up and state your name and address and.
Hello, Mayor, trustees, thank you for your time tonight. You hear me good?
Think so.
Yeah, okay. Kaylee Wallison, this is my husband, Will Wallison. We reside at 2011 County Road 5 in Fraser. Emily, thank you for all of that information. I'm gonna try not to repeat a whole bunch of that, so we'll flip through this quickly, but just wanted to share some additional context about our project at 900 Grand Avenue. Perfect. The team, we are a 4-person ownership team. You guys don't really need to know a whole bunch about this, but really our goal is just to build a timeless, functional, and code compliant structure that enhances Grand Lake's character and serves the community long term. So as Emily stated, we are located at 900 Grand Ave on the corner of Grand and Ellsworth. The zoning is commercial. This building will be mixed use. It is proposed to be a 3-story structure, commercial space with a large patio on the first floor, and the second and third floors will be residential units, just one on the second floor and one on the third floor. And just noting our building height does comply with the maximum height restriction listed in code. Our commercial vision is to create a welcoming four-season destination for residents and tourists to enjoy. As Emily touched on, the intended use is a beverage establishment, so think tap room, kind of craft beer pub vibes. The outdoor amenities that we like to highlight is, again, that large 1,700 square foot patio space. It will have built-in bench style seating and tables. There will be 3 gas fire pits as well as overhead heating elements. And the emphasis there is for it to be used for all 4 seasons. There will be some landscape flower beds and continuous boardwalk down the center of the patio to the commercial entrance as well. Of course, creating, another commercial space on Granite Avenue helps to support the local economy, encouraging walkability. And as I already said, to harmonize with Grand Lake's active winter and summer culture. Emily already touched on parking and snow storage, so we don't really need to go further into this, but we did make sure that we were complying in both of those areas. And she also reviewed the exterior design feedback. Page 6, I believe. Being the setback requirement, the changing the proposed primary exterior materials, and the what we're calling shed roof alternative along Ellsworth. That was shown at the planning commission meeting. And we just wanted to note here that our intention is to move forward with the planning commission's recommendations, should those also be yours. Things moving forward. Anything else on that?
I don't think so.
Hey, thank you. You're requesting. No. We'll go ahead and let you sit down. We'll open it up to the public at this time. For comments and questions. Anyone like to come up to the front and speak to this project? Please do so now.
Jim Cervenka, 236 Lakeview Drive. And tonight I can speak on behalf of the Grand Lake Area Historical Society. We had a chance to review things over the weekend, and majority of, 100% of those who did respond, which was more than a quorum of our board, agreed that we really appreciate how far you've come in terms of adhering to the character of Grand Lake. Do have a couple concerns, not necessarily metal, but corrugated metal. Is not something that was typically used 100 years ago. Folks in Grand Lake built with what they had. So they had logs. There were sawmills here in town, so they had log logs. And they had river rock. Those are some of the materials that we would like to be used or not used, the corrugated metal. It was brought up at the meeting, the planning commission meeting, that there are non-metal alternatives, fire resistant and maintenance free. And this is a couple of folks mentioned the James Harvey siding. This is concrete. So when you get up to it, yeah, it's not wood. But if you're from here to there, it's probably wood. But we like the idea that, as the planning commission said, quote, remain rustic and true to the character of Grand Lake, end quote. That came out of the planning commission recommendations. So the Grand Lake Area Historical Society recommends that the exterior materials do not include corrugated metal or 3 stories of rock. When rock was used kind of like the Fraser Historic Church. Went up a foot or three at the base of the building and that was it. If you think of 100 and some odd years ago, trying to build a 3-story facade of rock, that would be kind of difficult, and that didn't happen. We don't care what the material is, we don't care what's being used inside, the uses inside are, but as long as it looks like wood and uses rock in a limited fashion, we love it. On a personal level, this is gonna be a very visible building. You drive in, it's gonna be one of those that you see right as you enter the downtown core. There's so many things that are good, the gabled roof, the appearance of wood, the sizing of the building. The garage door, however, irks me personally. And I wonder if there could be a barn type, yeah. So, just some recommendations, some ideas, and, look forward to having a beer. Thank you.
Anyone else at this time for public comment? Okay, I'm not hearing any. I will close the quasi judicial. Closed. And open it up for discussion by the board.
I would just like to say, I like this building. I really love the outdoor concept, 4-season. I could see snowmobilers in the winter sitting out there with their gear and enjoying a beer. I love the 4-season thing. On one of my recent bike rides, I noticed several buildings with corrugated metal on them right in the vicinity of this building, mostly on the lower level, but we do have quite a bit of corrugated metal. And I personally, I like the rush hour.
I got a comment. I think the building's kind of boxy, to be honest, and I'm not sure you're reading the code right about the 3rd floor. I always thought the 3rd floor had to be on 12-foot setback. And maybe I've read the code wrong all my life, or since I've been up here building, but I don't think it's right. I might be wrong. I've been wrong before.
I think the setback applies to buildings that are right up against the property line, like most of the buildings on Grand Lake. And I disagree with the setback from Grand Lake. From Grand
From Granddad, but.
Yeah.
It does state that it's supposed to be set back off of both.
Street wall is the way it describes it.
Correct.
Each additional story shall step back the street wall, so. You know, we're not talking alleyway probably, I wouldn't have to point that out, of course. The code maximum refers to the size of the building and how they meet the street. Great concept, love it overall. The code clearly states here with regards to primary materials and secondary materials, metal only falls in the secondary accent materials there. And to mention your comment there, Jim, with regards to the corrugated metal, you don't really find it in the commercial district. You do find it in maybe some of the residential, I would agree. But for the most part, the only metal, to my knowledge, the downtown corridor has been standing seams on a few of the structures. So to say the corrugated itself specifically, I'll disagree on that one there. So.
you have anything, trustee?
Well, at the commissioners meeting, in Zoom meeting, I was in agreement that we need to have the setback. I look at it as the setback should be on both Ellsworth and Grant. The metal, we've had a lot of discussions about metal, on how we want to go forward, and metal was never any part of it. And I would vote no on the metal primary or secondary. But I do like the project. Yeah, I think we need a setback. I can vote no metal.
I'd like to mention that the bank, the walkway next to the bank encroaches on their property. And they allowed the bank to keep that little walkway and move their building back in order to have the space up front. But, I mean, I thought that was really quite nice of them to get along with the bank and make that work.
Yeah, with the setbacks, I mean, the adjacent building to the west has the setback on Ellsworth Street is the deck. For that residential space there, but, you know, we've upheld that to other structures in town here, so I do not see why, this one would receive that exemption there on Ellsworth Street. Would significantly help with the massing, especially being on that very visible corner coming into the part of downtown there, so. And then large buildings on that side of the street there. Conforming to those standards, whether it's the Rocky Mountain Rep or the Boardwalk Plaza. This one's even more visible than those there, so especially, I can't find this quote here, but, you know, in retrospect to, you know, the massing of parents up buildings. And next door, the next door being the bank is a one-story structure there, so. Looking at it that way, I do like the, as mentioned before, the rock wainscot, to kind of represent the culture of, construction in the past here and being timeless. You know, the applicant did use the verbiage timeless, in their presentation, and I find that the materials used, do not fall within the timeless manner that we have discussed as a board in recent times, and that previous boards have also agreed with, so. Think that, the parking out back is what I really like. I like, it's not open air, but it is open parking. It actually encourages folks to park there rather than through garage doors. That goes a long way. I really appreciate that aspect to it.
Conditional use wise. Reason that we're granting the variance is because they're over the 50/50 mark, is that?
Change that.
I can touch on that. They haven't actually applied for a conditional use permit, but that would run concurrently with the final development application.
So currently the plans that were given and the write-up shows that they're 500 square feet over the 50/50 mark, is that correct?
Yeah, that's including the commercial space from the outdoor patio and the tap house footprint in comparison to the 2 residential units.
But I think that would change if and when they do the third story setbacks.
Well, what the current,
That would
we don't
reduce
have any
the,
plans for that,
no, because it's just open for discussion.
right? And to that point, you're saying it was
That's
nice, it
gonna
was
be-
nice of them to leave the boardwalk on the bank, but had they included that, they probably would have been even further over the 500 square foot mark. So in general, including the seating area on that lower floor, you're either 500 square feet shy on the
commercial space or your 500 square feet over on both of your residential units. So, I mean, that's what I'm saying, probably. This book.
So. There's a. Fine line for me here, being mayor and still having opinions, and. Now that I've given the, board. Time to give your opinions, because it's never my job to sway. But I do want to share a few things, and. One of the things that I know that you've been told. Is that we are working to construct a historic district with the historic type feel. And your building falls within that historic district that we're trying to create. And had you, come a few months from now or at a different time, and for others that come down the road, once we are able to get this done, the code will read differently. And so it's very difficult for us right now between the board and the planning commission to find that common ground, because we still have to go by code. But we're also trying to change the code. And so there are words that we have used, Western, timeless, I'm like drawing blank right now, but those are a lot of the words. And I know that a lot of the buildings that have been discussed are the Kaufman House, when we talk about historic and timeless, or the Yacht Club, the Grand Lake Marina, and the mercantile that is across the street from this property. I know that in our discussions, and what I'd like to see is more of that. I love the project, I love that space, I love your idea and the concept, but I'd like to see less of what we as a board, both boards have called kind of the Fraser, the Vale, Winter Park, even, garage door, the corrugated metal, kind of the contemporary, and as Emily used, this visual massing. That is a lot of what I would like to see changed. It's difficult because I do, appreciate the idea of you stating that you are planning to be open year round. That means a lot to us in this community, that our businesses are open year round, and that is a piece that I know all of us within this community really appreciate. I'm gonna kind of leave it at that for just a minute and think about a couple other things and see, what else the board might want to disagree with me on or agree with me on. One of the pieces that, we are considering, and we've talked to other builders and architects about, is open space. And that is a piece that we're trying to change. And you're confined by some of the code for open space right now. And, some changes like that may help you or others in the future. Kind of bounce it back. Anybody?
Yeah, it was mentioned earlier that there was some alternate designs. We haven't really dove into that. Is that something that we could go a little further into?
Sure, that's certainly up to the applicant. This is a process, and as Emily has shared and as I've shared, this is working through the interpretations and getting closer to them being able to build the building of their dreams. I hope it's of your dream. That, I think the feedback's really important. The more specific that it can be for them, the better. As you're coming to the end of your discussion, you're gonna have some options. They're asking you for a decision regarding what's in front of you, which is to approve the recommendation and commission and conditions as presented by the planning commission. You can tell them the way the application is, you can approve that. You can deny it. You can say, based upon the conditions, based upon our conversations, we rather, instead of piecemeal it together, put it together and come back another meeting with the presentation again. Or you can take the planning commission's list, you can add items to the list. And what happens then is that staff takes that list, and when the applicant comes and says, we checked off all those boxes, we're gonna come to you with a final development review. And at that final development review, all of the conditions, if they've been met the way that it's been written out, they get yeses on those. You don't get to talk about those again. So I think that it's important that if you're in a place where you guys are still looking for that answer, because I haven't heard specifics, work with them in a timely way. Don't give them a yes or a no because you all don't have enough of the answers. And I think some of that's having the conversation. So you've expressed what you'd like to see. Would you guys like to respond to kind of what they say about how you can make those changes and maybe where you'd like to go?
Overall, as far as, the changes recommended by the planning commission, in the last meeting last Wednesday, we understand and respect those recommendations and intend to incorporate them into our next revision. So yeah, as Steve mentioned, a lot of what we're looking for is kind of clarity and specifics on how those are implemented, and obviously, as you said, Mayor, it is difficult when there's conversation in the backdrop about potential changes and things like that, but we're truly focused on meeting the code where it is and making sure we comply with those things. And so any clarity that can be brought to meet those specific items would be very helpful.
I think the other conversation that we can touch on was that you brought up that we did show an alternate version at the planning commission meeting. We, from the conversation at the planning commission meeting, even made further adjustments to the design, which does include the setback on the third story. We're not, arguing that by any means. We're bringing down the stone just to the first story so that it does not go all the way up. Understanding we need to comply with the primary materials. We have had the conversation around corrugated metal that is listed as an acceptable primary, or excuse me, an acceptable accent material in code. So we do have an alternate version. However, we spoke with Emily via email today, and she encouraged us to not bring that to this meeting because it could cause further confusion, because that is not what is in the packets. We have already made changes, but you're just not seeing them.
Great. Emily, you want to give a little input as to what direction? It sounds like they're making lots of changes, and the changes that have been recommended by the planning commission.
Yeah, I think, or keep going sorry if I cut you off. Okay, I think, well, for consistency and transparency reasons, I recommend keeping the materials that the board and that the planning commission review be the same so that there's no confusion or discrepancy between the materials and the recommendation from the planning commission versus the recommendation from the board. So that was my recommendation to the applicant today. They did bring forward, or I haven't seen anything, but they did say that they've been working on some of those recommended conditions from the planning commission. And so I think by talking through them, that's appropriate. However, by, like I said, reviewing materials that weren't presented to planning commission and vice versa, it gets a little convoluted.
Great, so question, and you may not have the answer, I don't have the answer, maybe Josh does. If the board were to deny this application, and could they come back to the board without having to go back to the planning commission, since the planning commission recommended with conditions? We haven't seen new plans, so if the board would be given new plans, would that be a denial or a continuance? Because
Towards the continuance, Steve. Because if denial, then that would go back to the very beginning of the process and start all over.
and a continuance would allow the board to see the modifications because those are based upon recommendations.
Yes, I would suggest the continuance also gives staff time to update our analysis of that item, which is, I think, where Emily's kind of going is, once we have a chance to look at them, we can update our memo or clarify things based on the new design. Anything else, Emily?
Nope, that was, kind of my intent with that recommendation.
Or this is, so that you all know, this is where I'm kind of leading. I'm trying to lead you to keep moving forward without saying no, but getting a chance to see all the changes that you're doing, so that the next time this board sees you, they can see it with the incorporated changes, which should make the yes easy. Trustees, what do you think of that?
So are you asking us to make a motion for continuance?
I'm asking you to consider my recommendation.
Would that be?
Yes, essentially, that's, I think, then I'll,
For the same contingencies,
Yes,
so that's
that's
the
the same.
side,
Yes.
we're not omitting any additional.
No, that would just approve.
This puts a pause on right here to say that you've asked for more information. Staff needs more time to give you more information. So we'll ask you the same question again the next time, based upon the same recommendation, but you'll be able to see the changes. And they had a chance to hear your feedback as well.
And Mayor, Steve, if I may, real quick, also remember too, this is the preliminary stage. There's also the final that will come later. So if we can get kind of fleshed out the preliminary of what you're kind of looking for, knowing that that's not the final, we can also make some minor adjustments. Let's say certain elements of the code get passed before they submit a final, like they could accommodate to meet those parameters of code. So it creates some opportunity for refinement on the site as well without over convoluting the process or discussion tonight. So just know that this is preliminary. There is also that final step afterwards.
Continuance provides the opportunity for staff to give you more information before making the decision. If you'd like to make the decision now, with what you have before you.
do you have a question? I feel like you have a question.
I have a couple of yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think the question revolves mainly around the potential for code changes during the midst of this process. The way you explained it, Josh, was that code changes that are enacted during the midst of this process would then cause for need for revisions for certain things, which I'm unsure if that's good or not. So that's what my question revolves around.
Josh, did you hear his question?
I did. If it's okay with you, Mayor, I can clarify kind of the
Please.
process, how that works.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're in the process of creating that central business district historic overlay. That has the potential, of course, it requires approval by the town board trustees, but has the potential to maybe make adjustments to the open space, for example, help clarify some of that architecture and massing. Those are kind of the two core areas we've really been looking at for this initial iteration. In doing so, if that occurs between your preliminary and final submittal, like you haven't submitted that final application yet, you'd be bound under that final, or you could, I should say, follow that final, follow the code updates with your final submittal. So let's say open space goes from imaginary numbers 35% down to 5% or 0% or whatever it may be, then that you could apply that to your site. And so then you would only have to follow the 5% or 0% or 10% rule. Same with architectural and the massing. Now, if you're in process and those code changes are made, you have that option to incorporate that or not based on you already being in the town's process with an active application. The nice part with the preliminary and final is it gives you that time in between to do refinement to the site and other elements, which in this case could be of benefit to you all and the site and help meet that characteristic that we're looking for in downtown Grand Lake. A lot of these elements that you've heard. So it kind of comes down to timing, but at the end of the day, if you're even in process and that code gets passed, adopted, you could modify your plans before you are presented before Planning Commission and the Board of Trustees with the final development plan.
So we have the opportunity to update our plans, but we are not bound to updating them per the updated code. Correct.
That's the way I'm.
Josh, is that correct?
Yeah, at this time, because nothing's approved. And so I don't want to make assumptions that code will get passed, adopted at any certain time, right? That's of course up to the board. But if you're in process and that code's adopted, you have the option. If it's outside, like let's say you step away for a number of months, come back in, you have a preliminary plan approved. Let's say your preliminary plan gets approved. You can move forward with your final plan based on the preliminary plan. So you're not bound to make those changes until the preliminary plan expires.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, there's kind of layers to the onion you got to peel back. So hopefully that was clear enough. But happy to visit with you guys offline because Emily has the same information.
Awesome, thanks, Josh. My second question was just if we do continue this, what does the timing look like? Are we able to come back to the next meeting in 2 weeks to present the revised options? Or does that require a longer timeline?
My answer is as long as staff can plan through that, and typically what we're looking for. Unless I see Josh or Emily shake their heads no, I'm saying yes. Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Which is, yeah, the expectation that we would continue to move this quickly, not to hold it up for you.
Great, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
I had one thing that back when Kim White was still here, the trustees implemented some revisions to the code with regards to the accent materials based on each elevation. And remember, we came to agreements that accent materials can only be used on 1/3 of each elevation. I had a hard time finding it in my short time looking for it, but I just wanted to iterate that for applicant.
I can look at that. I couldn't find it either, but I know that there was a specific building that had 51% metal and it was brought down. And I'll find, we can go back
And the
and find it in
original
the minutes.
codes talked about accent materials only covering a certain percentage of the building, but we dove in and changed it to each elevation.
Correct.
So that a whole wall could be an accent material.
Correct.
Just wanted to reiterate that.
I'll help find that for clarification.
Everyone is looking forward to having it open and having it there.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. I'll entertain action on the continuance of these.
I move to continue resolution 36, 2025 for the discussion of 900 Grand Avenue to September 8th, 2025.
Second.
Should we say that?
Yeah,
Sure.
sure.
All right. I have a motion and a second
Second.
and a third. Please vote for it.
Okay, trustee Arnson,
Aye.
trustee Schiller,
Aye.
trustee Mills,
Aye.
trustee Miller,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Silva,
Aye.
and Mayor Berquist.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much. All right, we'll move on
We'll keep
to
working on it, guys.
Thank you.
the next item on our agenda is D quasi judicial ordinance 05. 20, or no, sorry, here we are, 37-2025.
Josh.
Josh, or, okay, Josh.
Thank you. Just getting my screens reset up for this item. Let's see. I'm gonna share my screen with the presentation. We'll just keep it on this view for right now, I guess. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Board. Before you is Resolution 37-2025. This is a variance request for 1001 and 1005 Lake Avenue. There we go. The current property is zoned commercial. The uses, which many of you are familiar with, are currently slated for development. It's part of a preliminary development application that we currently have under review. And so that's why in your application materials and packets, you don't see the planned development plans and all the integration, because we want to protect that quasi judicial nature of that application that will come before you at a future date. So we're really trying to keep the conversation focused on the variance and the variance needs. Of course, we're all familiar with the sketch and the previous conversations that have been had around this project over the last year or so. It is the site of the proposed Leatherwood development site. The existing zoning regulations that we're looking at is the commercial district uses. So section 12.2.
Josh, we
Yes.
can't screen.
You can't see my shared screen. What happened? Oh, it just randomly stopped. I'm sorry about that. Let's try again.
All right.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yep. That was weird. Disappeared. Okay. Apologize for that. So this is the site location as presented in your packets as well, off of Lake Avenue. We have the area kind of highlighted in blue here in the bottom corner off of Lake Avenue as the core area. And the applicant provided a great exhibit that was included as well to help kind of focus in the area where this variance will be utilized on the overall lot. So these are the two lots as set up under the Greene County parcel map. The zoning regulations, so under the commercial district uses, under uses permitted by right residential units, when we talk about multifamily, it limits it to the first story area measured from the frontages to 50 feet into the lot, that shall be dedicated to commercial uses. And so again, the ground floor, first floor, the first 50 feet in from that frontage and into the lot has to be commercial uses under code. For variance requests, we have section 12.227B3 as outlined in staff's report for the factors that should be considered when granting a variance. The applicant's request, is to allow residential uses within the 50-foot frontages of these two lots that are associated with the proposed development. As noted in the previous slide, now on this exhibit, it's a little bit harder to see there, but kind of this area I have kind of captured here in orange is that area defined for the variance request. And this is also aligned with the conditions outlined by the Planning Commission, which we'll get to in a second. So again, Lake Avenue, Garfield, this is 1001 and 1005 and even 1007 with the event space. But it is just this red box kind of orange area here right off of Lake Avenue. Based on the analysis, recommendations, so staff have looked at previous conversations that have been had during the sketch plan, concept reviews, overall design considerations and discussions for this project that were provided by the Plan Commission, by the Board of Trustees. And that is why we recommend approval of the variance request. The Planning Commission reviewed this and wanted to just make sure that the area was focused in, which again, as you saw in the exhibits, shows that focused in area on the two parcels. And so they established 3 different conditions from their meeting. The first condition is that the variance remain in effect until building permit issuance for the structure associated with the variance, or 5 years from the date of approval, whichever occurs first. And that was based on discussions and the applicant had agreed to that time frame, because currently there is no expiration set up in code. Second condition is that the frontage along Garfield Street remain as commercial and associated uses. We add associated uses because there is the potential for some of the area back in the alley area to be tucked behind parking or other kind of parking uses, depending on the final programming. So we wanted to make sure that was factored in. And then third, that the area associated with the variance request align with the proposed development plans with the defined area setback 45 feet from Garfield Avenue and no more than 160 feet from Garfield Avenue. And that's as reflected in that supplemental exhibit that's in the memo and it included as an attachment. So of course, the board action, we've included the different sample motions based on the resolution. And with that, happy to answer any questions. I know the applicant's team is there to provide a little bit more detail and explanation and able to answer your questions as well.
Gabe, you want to come up?
Sure, of course.
Hi, everyone. Gabe Bello, I'm the project architect, 315 Agate, Brandy. We use my address. Well, thank you all for being here today. We're excited to show you a new version of Leatherwood after a few months of waiting from this last revision. Like Josh mentioned, we're not getting into the full depth of detail for the whole preliminary development scope of work on the full Leatherwood parcel. We'll be happy to sort of get into those details hopefully at the next meeting in early September, but for now, trying to focus our conversation and our variance discussion on building 1, sort of in that southwest corner of the site that we highlighted. But I think first, just to address a few things, we've been in front of the board multiple times here now, and each time up until this point, we've been requesting multiple variances with a bit of complexity to them, right? We were talking about an offsite satellite lot, using open space from that lot, getting setback variances on that lot, or accessory use maximum square footage variances on that lot, et cetera. And that is completely not a part of the project scope anymore. And mostly we really heard the feedback from now almost 18 months of revising and presenting this project, and we really wanted to make this work and to make it right and to incorporate as much feedback as possible from the community and the commission and the board. So we appreciate you having patience with us through this process so we can get it right. I would say to just nail this point from the start, we are not looking for height variances. We're not looking for open space variances or commercial to residential square footage variances. All of that in our revised plans are code compliant, and that is intentional. We want to meet the intent of the code and the number of the code. So we have revised the project to do so. And a few of those sort of basic numbers, we took a couple thousand square feet, about 2,000 square feet of residential out of the project. We introduced about 2,000 square feet more commercial space into the project. And because we've sort of revised things, the density of the buildings, a couple of buildings lost their top floor in order to accommodate building height regulations and architectural massing that would be satisfactory. Because of that, the whole nature of the project has just changed. We're not looking at a closet anymore, and we can sort of get into all of that detail during preliminary development plan review because it's all really code compliant, so not a part of the variance discussion. In front of you today, the variance discussion, like Josh mentioned, is really just about residential use on the ground floor of our building 1 at the Lake and Garfield intersection. And it's not for the entire ground floor. That's part of why we sort of delineated a few dimensions on the sheet and are really just showing a small chunk of the Lake Avenue frontage of that building. That's in question. And part of that is because there's obviously inherent value in having commercial space and it's required by code within that front 50 feet. And so we did our best to fit it where we feel the commercial tenancy will be most viable for year-round use, and as community amenity instead of vacant winter commercial space that could otherwise be functional for in some fashion. So before I get into all the 6 criteria that we need to lay out for variance hardships themselves, I just wanted to note that a bunch of the feedback from the workshop back in March concerning potential code interpretations, code revisions about open space, building step backs at the 3rd floor, etc., have all been taken into account, and we appreciate your time then during that meeting and sort of holding to some of those decisions that we made, because that's how we planned this project today. So yeah, digging into the variance criteria themselves, first I'd like to just sort of point out a few things on the site. We have about 550 feet of public right of way, including 150 on Grand and almost 400, about 400 feet on this corner. And our commercial space is entirely on Grand Avenue, entirely on Garfield, and then the existing sort of waterfront event center space remaining commercial at Lake Avenue level. And what we've tried to do there is keep all the major corners of the project site commercial and activated, and all those corners have vehicular traffic, they have exposure to the public. We feel like they're viable commercial spaces and in fact are going to add a lot of value to the community and to and function year round, which is really excellent. The issue for us on the interior of Lake Avenue is that we get these seasonal closures, not just vehicular closures, but closures like this from a few weeks ago, right? Where there are bollards or fences put up and people are not walking down the interior of Lake Avenue. The purpose of the comprehensive plan back in 2020 also highlighted the fact that Lake Avenue is an extremely unique frontage in town that's more prone to pedestrian use and as a focal point for recreational activity, as opposed to the focal point for core general business being the sort of historic downtown Grand Avenue section of town. And so we think, aligned directly with the comprehensive plan, our variance to have a few units on the ground level be residential really works. And I'll dive into these criteria in more detail, but I wanted to mention that part of the reason there's a conversation about the street wall and about 0 lot line setbacks in the commercial district is we all want to create commercial active use on the pedestrian thoroughfares, on the boardwalks, and we also want to reduce the sort of potential awkward moment where a passerby tries a door that's a private residential unit, right? It's sort of weird to have residential use as a lot line relationship to a public right of way. And so to that effect, without going deeply into the building plans, the commercial unit here is just a few feet off with a little public seating area, but the residential units step 10, 15, maybe 20 feet back from the boardwalk itself on Lake Avenue, so that there is a generous separation that would be garden space. It would be a public amenity visually, it would create view sheds, it wouldn't be intrusive or massive or opaque in any way. And the floor level for the residential units is up somewhere 18 to 20 inches above boardwalk levels. There would be a few risers that separate them from public pedestrian circulation. So all of that is sort of to negate that potential awkward public person coming up to an apartment thinking it might be a retail opportunity or something like that in an accessible space. So we've done our best to sort of create an architectural difference between the residential and commercial frontages, and all of that would add to the activation of the commercial spaces. Getting into the 6 sort of criteria layout in code, criteria A and B are pretty much the same thing, right? They're looking for harmony / compatibility with the neighborhood / the surrounding area, right? They're essentially kind of the same criteria, just worded slightly differently. And for both of those, we really believe that Lake Avenue, like the comprehensive plan outlines, is really a pedestrian oriented amenity for the community at large. And we have commercial space on the Garfield area at the existing event center that we think with some rehabilitation can work even better than the previous commercial tenant did. But by not creating commercial space on the interior of Lake Avenue, we're allowing those units to actually function and creating less vacant space throughout or more functional residential space, more activity on Lake Avenue for pedestrians and residents of the community, et cetera. C, the need for proposed action. Quite literally, the lack of vehicular access and traffic means that there's a myriad of problems with commercial space on Lake Avenue lots. Loading, unloading, building maintenance, trash pickups, that kind of thing, all create sort of odd issues on the very tight frontage that is Lake Avenue. And the potential for, we've heard years of talk about restriping, removing parking, et cetera. The lack of parking in general and the lack of vehicular activity means a major lack of exposure for these commercial tenants and will not play in their favor long term. The effect of proposed action upon future development in the area. What we hope the effect to be is similar to conversations previously about why our old proposed building heights may not have been good for the community, right? The effect of this would be that abiding by the master plan laid out in that comprehensive plan by future developers only enhances the town's intent. It only enhances the master plan itself and everything that's outlined in there. And so we think the effect of our development would be aligned with the comprehensive plan in such a way that that would be respected as its intent into the future. The shape, size, topography, et cetera, physical characteristics of the lot. Obviously, the lot is difficult to build on, but not impossible. We're proposing buildings on the lot. But we do think that it's more appropriate for residential with the unique sort of lake frontage that's right there and the seasonal and event closures that happen multiple times a year. Whether alternative designs are possible, I think you've seen me before up here talking about alternative designs that we tested at this point. We have iterated this project to infinity, trying and making sure that we're being cognizant of your feedback and the community's feedback. And we received a number of letters in favor of this new revision for the project, and we're excited to be presenting something that we think is now aligned with everyone's vision. With due consideration for the town's comprehensive plan, I think I've been noting back to that throughout everything I've said, but essentially the town comprehensive plan lays out a long-term study for how Lake Avenue can become less and less vehicular use and how parking can be made more dense or created elsewhere in town at the edges of Lake Avenue and elsewhere to accommodate the vehicular closure of Lake Avenue itself. And we just truly believe that commercial tenancy is really not a viable amenity on the interior of Lake Avenue. We think it will seasonally be quite closed and that there's much more value to the community by bringing in residents who will support our businesses and support our retail culture that does work and will enjoy this few large 16,000 square feet of commercial space that we are proposing to add to the site. So with that, I'm open for any questions. We've got plenty of numbers and dimensions and whatever you need. So I'm here for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board? Questions?
When we said no more variances, that's the whole project, not just this piece.
This is the variant you have.
Well, everybody would develop.
Yes, sir.
We have approved variances to this point, keep that in mind, this isn't the only variance we did, from our residential on the bottom. I don't remember if we discussed further about, on the bottom with the existing residential. Lake house is already built, so we already have one, this is number two.
So those slide over to this.
Yeah, so the previous variants were used that we had a few in the past year. Everything was denied except one in resolution 3/2025, which was the residential use on the ground floor of what we're calling the lake house there, an existing residential building. And part of why this came up as sort of an additional variance request is that it's directly in line with the philosophy of that variance, where we found a lot of support from this group and the commission and the community. So we think it's appropriate. And I would add to that, there's a bit of weird gray area we're trying to all encounter in the Grand Lake Code and the existing use of those sort of Leatherwood Inn buildings is a hotel, which technically in the code is defined as a residential use, as a sort of exempted non-commercial use, so theoretically, you could say there's an existing residential use there, and we're trying to just allow one portion of the ground floor to remain residential.
So that's, just so I'm clear, there's two variances, and one's already been issued.
Yes, and that's resolution 3 is allowing this ground level unit to remain residential. It's currently residential. It's about 4 feet above Lake Avenue, separated by stairs and a few feet.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
Mr. Kreitzer, do you want to say anything at this time? Otherwise, I'll open it up for public.
I just have a couple of things that are super quick. Jim Kreitzer, 828 Grand Avenue, number 206. I'm the project manager for Spirit Lake Condos. The only couple things I want to bring up is that the existing hotel units that are there, there's 3 duplex units that are 1-bedroom units, and there's the 4 unit, which are basically little, real tiny little studio units that are on the site right now. We're taking those up and we're gonna move those down to a trailer park that is owned by one of the companies. It's 1.2 miles down from the intersection of 34. We're taking out the trailers that are down there. There's 7 of them. And we're putting those 7 units down there for a lower income. It's not gonna be regulated that way, but it'll be a lower cost housing, 7 units. I have the plans here. I can hold it up and show it if you'd like. But we're way down the road on getting that done. And the only other thing is we have 14 to 15 letters. I think there's one that came in that I didn't get of adjacent property owners and business folks from around the community, letters of support for this variance and also for the project as a whole. And the last thing is we are tearing down the tallest structure that was above the 40 feet, which is called the tree house now. It's the blue building that sticks up there. We're gonna be tearing the top off that building to get it down to the 40 feet, so we meet all of the codes. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Kaiser, can you just confirm the location of those structures where they're going that you're moving?
Yeah, it's 13133, US 34. It's called Big Rock Trailer Park.
Big rock without power limit.
It's basically, there's 7 trailers in there now. And we're taking all of those out and putting I've been going through this with the county for several months, actually about 3 or 4 years. But we're moving them down to the site.
I got a question for the planning commission. You talked about adding a restaurant with a patio. Is that a new or is that an existing site?
I think that's the event center, is we're taking the deck down at the event center. Yeah, and we're gonna put it down to the level of the apartment that is there, and that apartment is being turned into part of that restaurant. There's actually 2 residences right now on Lake Avenue. One of those we're getting rid of as part of the old event center waterfront restaurant. There was, when you first went up the stairs, about 3 or 4 stairs on the lake, there's a little 1-bedroom apartment. That is now going to be part of the bar kitchen area. And then the patio, the deck comes down on a patio area. Okay.
I'll go ahead and open it up now, quasi judicial public. Anyone like to come up and speak? Now's the time. You know the drill.
I'm Alexander Constant, about Lake Parents Avenue. Just at the top that I know that y'all have been really thoughtfully deliberating this project, and it's a big one. As you've noted many times, this is something that Grand Lake has never seen before. And I appreciate that you're taking the time to really be intentional about considering the impacts that it's going to have on Grand Lake. I also want to say that in a small town, it's like these moments are really hard because there are people involved in these kinds of projects that you care about and respect. I have a tremendous amount of respect for Scott and his team. Dave is evidence that Scott's team is incredibly smart, incredibly capable. I've seen the work that they're capable of, and it gives me great comfort to know that he's at the table in these conversations. I don't know what the new development plans are. I did go back and listen to most of the 6.5 hours of the February board meeting, just because I wanted to make sure that I was up to date on this project. And I listened to part of the planning commission meeting as well. So all I can respond to right now is the variance and the hardship that's been proposed, and two assumptions that I heard. One assumption is that commercial is unviable on the lakefront. That's hard for me to wrap my brain around because I see a line outside of Miachi's, and I know part of this is seasonal, right? There's a component that's seasonal. I see Miachi's, I see a line outside of Miachi's, there's plenty of foot traffic down there. I see the wake that's tucked away in the Grand Lake Marina. There's terrible signage, and yet it's full of people whenever I go in there. I went to the waterfront when it existed in that one structure. Loved sitting out on that deck and looking at it. It's the only, Miachi's is a snack bar, but the waterfront was a lakeside dining establishment, which I know is part of the proposed development. But so it's hard for me to wrap my brain around the idea that commercial is unviable on the lakefront when I see commercial establishments already there that are doing quite well. The inside of that assumption is also that these commercial establishments would be dark during the winter. That's very possible. I think there's also an assumption that's built into that residential proposal that these residential units will be inhabited all year round. My great grandfather has had a cabin bought a cabin on the lakefront back in the 1930s. It's been in my family since then. Most of that lakefront property is not inhabited year round. I have a hard time imagining that most of these lakefront condo units would be inhabited by year round residents. That's possible. I may be making an assumption the same way that there's an assumption that these commercial units would be dark during the winter. So I just wanted to speak to those two assumptions that I'm hearing, and I understand that the applicant is trying to make the square footage work and is trying to figure out how to utilize the space in a way that's going to make sense financially. The complexity of the site is not a surprise. Excavating a hillside to put buildings in there is not that I'm not an architect. I know that's going to be difficult. I'm not a builder, and that's going to be difficult. So I know that's not new information. The complexity of the site is not new information. So when I'm looking at this project and I'm thinking about as someone who's been coming up here for 38 years, who's I'm trying to build a life here right now, at least partially build my life here. And I'm thinking about the character of Grand Lake, and I know you all are too. I've heard this in meetings. I've heard citizens get up and talk about their relationship with Grand Lake. I've heard you all deliberate at length. I hear people talk about the specialness of this place, the magic of this place. In the town's comprehensive plan is one of the key components is authenticity. Of place, and that's we've been talking about this all night, right? What does it mean when we're looking at this historic district? What are the things that make Grand Lake Grand Lake? I believe that Scott and his team are capable of doing something aesthetically that is aligned, so long as the applicant lets them. I have a hard time thinking about the time frame, the horizon of this project, like 10 years, imagining 10 years of the lakefront and center of town being an ongoing construction zone is difficult to imagine. It's not going to have an impact on tourism, surrounding businesses, etc. I want to plant that seed as a just larger question and concern, because I'm not sure if I'll be here for the next conversation about this project. But mostly I wanted to speak to those two assumptions that I heard just to as a citizen, put my voice on the record. I again really appreciate all of you in thoughtful deliberation. The gravity that you hold for this process is reflective of your care for this community, and I see that, I feel that, I appreciate that. So thank you so much for the time.
Anyone else want to speak at this time?
Can I respond?
Voting to close first.
I'd like to say something.
Oh, let's finish the public comment. Yes, please, and close and allow to respond.
Just call it a meeting. Jim White, 182 Coachman Drive, Grand Lake, Colorado. I've managed 5 towns in Colorado, including this one, and I've seen the work of a lot of developers, and some of them, frankly, are not very honest and don't do what they say they're going to do. I've known Jim and his work since 2017. He's a resident now of Grand Lake, and he has done a lot of projects in town, and they all have come out to be very well done. They fit nicely into the community. He uses a variety of materials on the project. He has some rights as a owner of the property, and unless he violates the code, this is a different thing. This is a request for a variance, but I was here Wednesday at the planning commission, and Steve received 14 letters from people supporting this project, including Greg Miyagi and Mindy Nelson and 12 others. But I think it's important that everybody has their opinion on how things should be, and you might not like what I'm saying, you might not like what he's done, but and like I said, I've seen a lot of different developments, and I think, and if you look at the project that's being finished up where the old Sunset Motel is, that looks fantastic, and today and yesterday they put in a lot of trees and it looks fantastic. The landscaping is always done tastefully. And it has survived on Park Street, on Park Avenue, on the Park Avenue lots. So I think for me, I measure a developer on whether he says what he's gonna do and does it, or he says what he's gonna do and doesn't, he or she. And in this case, Jim has lived up to his word every time, so I hope you give that due consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appropriate to allow changes on now, closing. Anyone else have any other comments? Now hearing them.
Trustees, would you like, I did enter into the planning commission's record, I did read in the letters. I can share with you names, I can read them, you tell me what you would like.
The commission had everything read?
Yep.
How long we looking?
5 minutes.
5 minutes, go ahead.
Greg Miacci,
Excuse me, I'm going to excuse myself for a moment.
Okay.
I have heard the letters during the planning commission, online, so.
and some of these include. I do have to tell you, I received a total of 18. 4 of them are in response to concerns during construction and the overall design, and I'll present those during the final review. But there was no relevance to this variance. First one's from Greg Miacci to the town of Grand Lake. I do not object to 2 of the units at Leatherwood be assigned residential on the lower level fronting on Lake Avenue. Mike Tompkins. It's a longer letter, so naturally I believe that a property owner should be able to develop their property the way they wish, as long as it complies with zoning. I understand that Jim is only requesting some relatively minor zoning variances because his development plans are relatively low density and that they have the Grand Lake look and feel. I strongly believe he should be granted the variances. Robert Bailey. Very recently, I learned more about the master plan for the Leatherwood development, which will include improvements along both Grand Avenue and Lake Avenue as well, both aesthetically and practically as well. And I wanted to share with you that I fully support the mixed use aspect, density, and overall design and plan. I'm seeing nothing but an enormous improvement to that area and a great asset which will benefit the entire community and every small business along Grand Avenue. Max Ludwig. I cannot attend the meeting despite the fact that I am the owner operator of a hospitality business in the town of Grand Lake that would be directly competing with parts of this development. I wholeheartedly support it. To me, it looks like a well thought out, tasteful addition to the community. Ashley North. I'm in support of the Leatherwood subdivision. I fully support the variance request allowing residential units fronting on Lake Avenue. There's no need for additional commercial at this location. Belinda Nelson. I'm writing to express my full support for the variance request allowing residential condominium units on the lower level fronting Lake Avenue as part of the proposed Leatherwood development, as well as my overall endorsement of the project's design, massing, height, and density as outlined in the master plan. Having previously worked with Jim Kreutzer on development projects, I can confidently speak to his commitment to delivering high quality results that enhance our community. Jim's past projects have consistently added value to the town of Grand Lake, not only aesthetically, but also economically. Scott Parker. I received letters from Scott Parker, Francesca Parker, and Teach Parker, EJ, and I'll read Scott's. They're very similar. As a Stanley Cup champion and full-time resident, I'm writing to express my full support for the Leatherwood development, including the variance requested by the residential condominiums in the overall master plan. Mark Consiglio, I'm a resident and a business owner in the town. I also support the variance request for the residential on Main Street, on the Main Street level of the lakefront site, Lake Avenue. It's sensible and the community currently has an overabundance of commercial space. Joel Cochran, purpose of this letter is to express my support for the variance request of residential condominium units on the lower level of Grand Lake Avenue and my overall support of the design and density of the master plan for the Grand Lake for the Leatherwood development. My name is Ed McCarthy. As a resident of Grand Lake, please consider this letter of support for the variance request of the residential condominium units on Lake Avenue. The developer explained their intentions to me directly regarding the design, massing, height, and density, and I approve. Michael and Beth Roberts. Nothing about the. Troy Nelson, I'm writing to express my strong support for the Leatherwood project and specifically for its request for a variance to allow residential condominium units fronting Lake Avenue. Aaron Brown with the Boardwalk Plaza HOA supports the project. That's why I. Right, yes, Jim, this one.
Jim, would you like to come up?
This is the additional one. You want to tell them that additional letter? I sent that to Josh.
Scott just told me that Jim Chrysler, that there was an additional letter came in last night from Tally Gray, that went to Josh that I haven't seen yet, letter of support. I just wanted to say that the gentleman that was up here talking about the commercial space, there's 7 sites of commercial that, including the event center site, is one of those, but there's 6 new commercial sites for restaurants, bars, clothing stores, whatever, they're part of our plan. So there's a lot of commercial. I believe it's 16 to 17,000 square feet. Is that right? That's commercial. 16,000 feet that we're adding to the community of commercial. And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and close this time. And open it up to board discussion.
It was.
Who would like to lead?
That was the. I think it was. I think it could have been included in. I support this project. Like it was.
Would you mind in a little louder?
Better?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I support this project. We've been kicking this around. It's gonna be when it goes up. It's not real pretty right now. And I don't think this variance is a lot with what they're gonna get back on another commercial. And my concerns are gonna be to see the final design. The parking's gonna be my biggest concern when we get that, but I'm fine with it. I think we should go forward with it.
It's gonna benefit the lakefront immensely. It's such a dilapidated, I guess for lack of a better term, piece of land down there right now. That'd be nice to see something nice.
Let's keep in mind, we're specifically discussing
The
the variance, right? I don't wanna get into, I don't wanna, yes, I just wanna talk about the variance specifically, and you're in agreement with that piece, okay? And
I support this.
the variance, okay?
Yes.
Trustee Stovall, trustee Maston?
Go ahead. You want to discuss or you have questions?
I have questions, yeah, absolutely.
Gave up or no?
I can bring Gabe up, let's do it.
Hi, buddy. Do we get the page down? Be nice to him.
So we have a square here representing the proposed variance for the residential versus commercial. can you confirm how many residential units we are looking at? That 3, yeah, I heard in the letters there was 2. Obviously there's already 1 existing, so, you know.
Yeah, I guess, does that 3 include what you're considering the lake house? No, the lake house would be 4, okay.
And how many commercial spots would there be in the western portion of our field size?
There's 2, there's 1 at the alley intersection, and there's 1 at the lake ave intersection. North and south splitting at 45 feet.
Yes.
Generally, yes.
No build out plans for restaurants or anything like that, it'll just be an empty space, correct?
Yeah, right now, just core and shell.
One more time, what's that called?
Just core and shell.
Core and shell, okay.
Means we have the building systems and we have the thermal and wood. So I realized you're supposed to pitch this and sell it to us, and you did a decent job. However, the way that you essentially said it fits in with the community and then related it to the lake house, that 1007, whatever one that is, the one that we actually gave a variance on. The only reason that it relates into that is because we already gave that one a variance. And the reason that we gave that one a variance is because it was already being used as residential. So I feel, again, I understand you're supposed to pitch it. Little stretch on that end of it to say that it fits in with the rest of that lakefront. You kind of argued that shutting down Lake Ave, and seasonally that it's less attractive for commercial. And frankly, I'm with Alex. I completely disagree with that. Generally, everybody that comes here to Grand Lake goes down to see the lake at some point. It is essentially most likely the second most traveled road in the town. Whether that is people walking or driving. And when the Lake Avenue Road does get closed, it's closed typically on the east end of it, but provides a ridiculous amount of additional foot traffic that is all gonna be coming by that. And if you weren't down at Buffalo Barbecue a couple weeks ago, last week, I don't know, my brain's like. Buffalo Barbecue. There's a lot of people walking around, and it's back and forth. I tend to view that lake site as pretty prime commercial. I would tend to disagree with your statements on it. Even in the winter, you know, like we make that loop in the fire truck just to make sure nobody's ever fallen through off the docks or anything. They're all down there. Testing the thickness. I'm working down there, you know, but they're down there freezing their butts off in like jeans and a t-shirt. Because they're from out of town and they want to see the lake. You brought up a point of the difference of commercial versus being able to bring in some residents for town, and we all recognize that businesses definitely have a harder time in the winter up here than the summer. You believe that is getting better the past, I don't know, 5, 7 years. We're getting more and more adventurers in the winter. I don't believe you when you say we're building residential for Grand Lake residents, because what is your first guess on what one of those ground floor lakefront condos is going to cost? My guess is well over 1.5 million. And probably somewhere in the range of 2 to, depending upon how it's actually built out. I don't believe that is gonna be what we would actually consider a grand resident. Now a second, third, fourth homeowner, sure. On that note, I do appreciate the fact that we just learned about your pick buildings up, take them down the road, give some additional, at least local area housing. I think that's a wonderful idea. I appreciate that. I missed or had forgotten what the planning commission had said about essentially like tenure of the variance.
They specify that we set a timeline of being.
Okay, so that just hadn't been decided or anything, correct?
Yeah, the planning commission's recommendation was 5 years, which you have been all right with that meeting, but compared to those.
And I agree with setting a time frame. And did Jim White's conversation, Jim, you've done pretty well on wrapping all your stuff up. We're a little bit behind on what we agreed upon on Portal Crossing.
We had something to do with that.
We did.
There's installation going back to town, has anything to do with that.
So, in any case, my current thoughts on this residential are kind of undecided, or at least for the variance. I did love your first plan with the walkway coming all the way through. Again, it is your property, your build out, and I understand that you've got to make numbers work. Yeah, I don't think I agree with going from commercial to residential on that zone.
You know what? You were exactly right, and I know that. Yes, trustee, no longer trustee, Mayor Pro Tem Sobon, comments, please.
Thank you for everyone's comments for me. Love to see a multitude of views on the project and opinions and everything like that. I'm gonna kind of run some questions, 1 or 2 questions more before you gave. You did talk about the setbacks with regards to Lake Avenue. How are we looking on Garfield Street?
Also setbacks.
Also in Brand, I'm concerned about that today. But thank you. I would echo my comments for the most part here, with discussions for avenue closure or closures at times. I look at other communities that close main streets or streets within their downtown community. I'm gonna use Frisco as an example. I'm gonna use Idaho Springs as an example. In all of those areas, it is 100% commercial on ground level. And by encouraging a pedestrian oriented area, pedestrians are expecting storefronts. They're expecting to not just use it as a walking corridor. They want spots to sit. They want spots to take in that view as a member of the traveling public, basically. You know, when we word everything, the mention of lack of parking gets mentioned, as was mentioned by the applicant representatives here. Yet we still count that parking for their use within those structures on the commercial front there. I was walking my dog, this last weekend near the, Park Avenue walks. And I've been trying to count how many units there are exactly. It's kind of a tough shot for me, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Based on the assessor, there's roughly 11 units based on that, not including garages. I believe there might be 2 more. On-street parking on town right away had 12 vehicles. There are, to my knowledge, 6 garages there. I don't know how many of those were having, but there's residential, similar projects, similar conversations on ground level where commercial was required, and there's 12 vehicles parked on street parking. Okay, with the previous project that we looked at on 900 Grand Ave, those folks provided 4 open air parking spots that are viable to actually park in. They're not behind a garage door or 2 deep garage doors. For those of you that are interested in continuing with this proposal of the residential on that Lake Avenue, I encourage you to include open air parking that actually has people parking on the site, because that's what residential requires, is parking on site there. So at a bare minimum, if you are interested in this, I'm speaking to you guys here who seem like you are interested, linear footage, I would at least look 50-50 at a minimum. These letters, it was mentioned, and take the letters at heart here. One applicant mentioned 2 residential units, and we are looking at 4. So the letters can only be taken as far as we know. We don't know what conversations were had to get those letters, of course. So, yeah, my main thing is to discourage on-street parking with whatever acceptance you guys feel like is appropriate. But I stand here on Mike's side and encourage a possible closed road. Today, we nodded our heads to approve $40,000 out of our budget to use some snowmaker. That's going to, increase foot traffic in the downtown corridor. Ice fishing contests. We put funds to help them with porta potties and get these events to actually happen. Many local businesses, including myself, donate rooms to have the folks, stay within the community for free to host those events on the lake. For locals, visitors alike. So we are really pushing toward a year-round economy down there. Looking at snowmobile races on the lake with XMR racing, I mean, it is constantly perpetually growing. The pond hockey itself, I mean, there is foot traffic down there, and there will be more foot traffic if you provide some options for commercial. I don't believe they will be all open year round, but you might find 1 or 2 that will. Maybe I'm sure you take all the commercial on Main Street and see what closes during the year to the percentage. I expect the same amount out of that structure there. That amount of commercial would possibly be open down the lakefront as compared to Grand Avenue as well. So those are my comments, and appreciate your time, Gabe.
Yeah, well, thank you. May I respond? Okay, and I've got one more, sure, just because I just noticed it. The overhead that we're showing, with the 2 variance boxes, has the old slate parking on there on the diagonal. And I counted 24 spots. And currently we have parallel parking in there, and there's only 9 spots. So where do we fit in additional parking? Whether it is, because my guess is you're gonna need 2 per residential unit that you're requesting, so we're looking at 8, and there's only 9 available spots currently. Sure. So where does that fit in?
Yeah, it's a great point for sure, and it actually plays into why we're looking at residential versus commercial at this location. In a code, commercial use requires on-street parking, right? Residential uses require off-street parking, dedicated parking, which we're providing for every unit on site off the alley. So we're not.
Okay, so it's like
one of the previous plans that we looked at with like pulling parking from the alley.
Yes, yeah, and we've modified the garages and studied some more clearances and, we've sort of made it work a bit better, but yes, every unit is parked off the alley for the private residences. So having some residential on that Lake Avenue frontage decreases the parking requirement on lake service itself, right? And we've been appointed, since, April of last year, we've been appointed towards not prescribing any parking whatsoever on Lake Avenue. So there's sort of ongoing conversations about how that works in terms of the code outline, parking credits, whatever. But yeah, for this purpose, we believe residential is far better for Lake Avenue's parking load, parking capacity requirements. But I would say, on top of that, the individual garages should sort of eliminate that issue. But I think a lot of what I'm hearing from both of you is really about how the pedestrian oriented nature of Lake Avenue doesn't necessarily just logically connect to not viable commercial space. So I kind of just wanted to elaborate on our thinking during the design process, because we have tried out commercial along the full frontage and sort of landed where we are for a reason. And mostly it's that foot traffic is slower than vehicular traffic, right? And so as pedestrians are exposed to different retail or restaurant or whatever it is opportunities, they're more likely to go to something closer to them, right? And they're more likely to be motivated by time constraints and by everything else that might be going on Lake Avenue in terms of events or whatever it is, social gathering, right? So if people are coming to the lake from Garfield or from the yacht club parking or et cetera, right, and they're coming towards our site, they're going to be exposed far more to our corner commercial features than anything on the interior of the site. And after, a lot of studying and design iterations, we truly think the 16,200 and change square foot of commercial that we're proposing will actually be seasonally viable, all season viable, as opposed to, some incidental seasonal excitement around a few potential retail opportunities on the interior of Lake. We sort of had to do a lot of balancing to figure out what was really most worthwhile and what was resilient long term. And on this particular portion of Lake, like I mentioned, the old hotel use at the Leatherwood Inn, the current residential use of the Lake House are being used that way for a reason. And part of it is that's how the community uses that particular area, right? And when you're on Lake Avenue, you're not looking at town, you're looking at the lake. And so there's just experiential factors that draw people's eyes away from those potential commercial spaces and kind of make commercial use a little more awkward on the interior like that. Yeah, and Michael, I guess, to quickly address your mention of Frisco and Idaho Springs, I was a little surprised to hear it, because I think all the Grand Lake rhetoric is very much, we are not Frisco and Idaho Springs kind of thing, right? So I don't think the precedent set by them necessarily carries here in terms of what should be commercial and what sort of is activated by pedestrian traffic. But on that note, I think you're absolutely right. Pedestrians are going to be approaching the lake expecting to be exposed to some commercial opportunity. And from wherever they park, once they get to the lake, they will have been exposed to that, either by corners of our site or something prior to that on their path to travel. And so I think your intent in those comments actually really aligns with our proposal. And in this fashion, we're not creating an extra couple thousand square feet of commercial that won't necessarily work and may sit vacant, as opposed to residential use, which will contribute to the tax bucket in town and the overall potential population.
You mentioned something about having the commercial and the residential be different. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. I think all the commercial space, by the intent of the code, is aligned with boardwalk material at a near zero lot line setback, right? All the residential space is at least 10 feet off the right of way, separated by a garden, vertically separated by a step or two or three, right? So experientially, there's a big difference in having a commercial space that you're walking right next to, or a residential unit that's 15 feet back with a tree and is sort of less apparent and less obstructive. And sort of ties right into the massing conversation about street wall and how we sort of create pedestrian active zones versus community amenity, view sheds, etc.
So your intention would be to have the access to those residential units off of Lake Avenue, would that be correct?
They have interior access from their garage, but yes, they have a front door on Lake Avenue, so they can go out there.
And that kind of steps back to my conversation of on-street parking. In the case that this were to go through, I would encourage not having any access to Lake Avenue, because I would encourage residential parking that should be on site, that would be ultimately parked in right of ways rather than on site. So I would, in the case of this going through, recommend that there not be access off the Lake Avenue. I know it's very beneficial to the owner of the property there, or the folks renting it possibly. But that will encourage and pretty much will guarantee that they will be parking on town right away, which is what we are trying to avoid here with the residential units. So as just a contingency to that, I always would definitely throw that out there for you guys to consider with that. So
Thank you.
you guys.
So I've got a couple things and in no particular order. Positives. I love the event space. I really appreciate that piece. Jim, you've done a really great job with the restaurants and the businesses, and losing one this summer and being able to replace that. The event space, you know, I think is great. The moving your housing to the trailer park, I think when I first heard that, I thought, again, amazing. Know that everybody that has heard that has been so appreciative of that. I think it's a great example. 16,000 square feet of commercial is incredible. That's commercial space that we wouldn't have had. I think that's great. I do like that the residential piece of the variance, the 10 to 20 foot, you know, step back from main and an additional rise, does make a difference in breaking up the property. Obviously, we haven't seen the plans, but aesthetically, I'm sure that that does look nice. Going to the piece of, you know, is that viable area and the tourism in the winter time. Someone made the comment that maybe when the Repertory Theater stays open all year, we can say it's viable. So I think, you know, we're all kind of wondering when that point will be. Obviously, we're trying to bring in our winter events and increase that, but I don't know that we're viable yet. Mayor Pro Tem Soban, I agree with your parking piece. Closing that area down there, we know that that's in discussion. We have no idea if that's gonna happen. We've talked about tons of things. I know that the suggestion was made, you know, cul-de-sacs down there and closing, and we've had master plans of all kinds of look and feel of what it would look like if it was closed. The vehicular piece is hard, but I do agree that if parking is provided for that residential back there, that it should not be for the residents. My biggest concern with this residential piece is those units possibly being short-term rentals. And my reason is because of the possible partying, you know, that kind of thing that could go on down there. I know that we've seen it before when that hotel, you know, was there, which was, I'm dating myself a long time ago. I think I even partied there, to be honest. And having that residential on lakefront for STR purposes makes me nervous. I know that there are all kinds of, we have town code. You're going to have a homeowner's code, I'm sure. But that is a piece that does concern me, whether it was your project or anybody else's. We're dealing with some STR issues down the way, even in some of the homes that are down there, and that is a concern.
Could that be addressed through the HOA?
Well, I
I'm
mean,
just saying.
if it's a noise order, I mean, there are code, we already have code, so noise code.
HOA's, it's the rental situation.
I think it would depend in their case if they were sold or if it wasn't
Right.
HOA. And I think that they're
I
probably,
guess I was assuming for HOA.
Yeah, there's gonna be an HOA in declarations, and we intend to have STRs that people can use if they want. But I don't see it any different than having a restaurant there or a hotel down there. If somebody wants to have a party in their home, I mean, it's all gonna be the same thing. It's just how it's governed.
yes, I agree with what you're saying. I, just in my mind, there's something about that piece that is concerning and it could be concerning anywhere. It's a tough one for me, and I don't have, I don't think I have any questions that, would really help me make up my mind with your answers. You guys have done such a great job, and I do look at the residential units a little bit like what has already been existing there as a hotel. We're debating hotel and STR right now, and so they're similar to me in a lot of ways. I feel like I'm just kind of rambling.
I mean, regardless, there's gonna be residential there, whether it's on the ground or a one story up, so
Right.
that is a concern, I understand, I mean. I've been to plenty of bachelor parties and those are the places you wanna rent,
Right.
That's the prime spot, so I understand your concern, sure, but. Still a possibility that it's just one floor up,
Absolutely.
so.
Absolutely.
Good point.
I would like to just throw one thing out that got mentioned earlier, even if it is residential, you still get some tax benefit from it. Well, that's drastically different than what it could be, right? You have a $1 million condo that's sitting down there and it runs 10,000 a year in property taxes that gets split up between us and the county versus a business that even if it's only open 4 months out of the year in the summer, we could theoretically have, who knows, maybe $50,000 to $100,000 worth of taxes done, sales tax, not just property tax. And one of the biggest differences there is if this variant is approved and it gets rezoned and built into a residential, the likelihood that you will ever get that back as commercial is effectively gone. So it's not a one-time, one and done conversation. It's effectively losing, the possibility of a whole heck of a lot of tax money for years and years and years. So that's.
Wait, you can also have empty retail for years down there.
You could, and then empty retail is still paying property tax. So you get that
No, the
property
sales
tax,
tax on the same thing.
you still get the property tax either way,
Property tax, right, with the sales
but you're losing out on sales tax.
Can I say something to that?
Sure.
Sorry.
Real quick. Totally understood. I think there's a factor though for residents, whether it's short-term or long-term residents of the space, they're not only paying their property tax, but they're
utilizing community amenities, mostly for money, right? They're buying food elsewhere, they're buying anything potentially elsewhere here in town. And so I think the residential benefits are also there, right? Sure, if you look at it versus a retail space, that's one hundred percent.
I see that point,
Occupying.
and I lean toward what Michael was saying, what is, you still have residential one floor above.
Yeah.
So you're still bringing in a whole bunch of people, that are still gonna be using effectively that space. But you're squashing. I mean, you could have a store down there that just sold snorkel masks for like $15, so people could go stick their head off the dock. And you probably make $300,000 a year just over the course of the summer.
How it works out.
Yeah, kind of works out. I mean, there's a lot of potentials, especially right on the lakefront right there, and I don't want the losing commercial. Sure, appreciate it.
I just wanted to clear it up. Thank you.
Yeah, we're looking at, on the lakefront, we're not talking about Grand Avenue, and we as a board expect, commercial on Grand Avenue regardless, that's just how it is. But looking at the current proposal, we have a proposed 3 units and proposed 4 residential units. So that in mind, do some math here.
On the ground floor?
Yeah, on ground floor. So it's kind of doing linear footage, it's roughly about 50% of the Garfield and Lake Avenue is way front that is set up with the proposal here, so obviously one of the commercial units is on the corner, so it takes up a lot of that frontage there, so.
We're going from the 16,000 square feet of commercial that, sorry, there you are, of the, commercial. And adding those 3 units is, then it takes it to, if we didn't, then it's 20,000. Is that correct?
Pretty close.
Pretty close, give or take a little?
It depends, the way the code reads, it's only the 50-foot depth off the primary frontage. So that Garfield commercial isn't really required. It would probably end up being a bit of a pivot for some of the existing commercial. Our commercial to residential ratios are right on the line of compliance sort of by design. And so if we ended up losing that residential square footage, we probably have to reevaluate the commercial. It might even go down. We might lose some of the commercial that's say we're going to have more open space. Yeah.
5,700 square feet of the 115-foot frontage of the request.
Well, and we're going, here we are again with code and the changes we want to make, including the open space.
I could add one more number to your head, and it's just that.
Goody.
Out of our frontage as a whole, 72% of that is commercial use. And so the way it sits on the street feels a little bit differently when you look at the parcel as a whole, as opposed to sort of focusing on this Lake Avenue region. Just food for thought.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Absolutely.
It's hard because if this wasn't all one big project, we wouldn't be giving away commercial and adding residential. It's, such a big project. We're looking at, it could be one of the only projects we ever see that encompasses both Main and Lake. And right now, we know what the winters are like. But I believe that, who would have known we were at what we are now? And in 5 to 10 years, what are we looking at? Our tourism expands, everything is expanding. And the decision today is really the decision for decades. I don't know how much more discussion we need to have or want to have. I think if there's any particular questions or concerns, let's go ahead and ask, but otherwise, I think, you know, it's time to kind of move forward with a decision. And we have, you know, a couple of things to think about in this decision, as Mayor Pro Tem Sovon did mention parking. Also, so I would entertain action on this. And somebody feels
If anyone is swayed in the approval side of things, just consider my comments with regards to parking rather than just doing a full approval. There's some contingencies with regards to that we are going to have a major parking problem all around with this, so. I'm not making a motion, so.
and I can't.
You gotta word it right too, I mean. You know,
I move to approve a zoning variance for 1001 and 1005 Lake Avenue to allow first floor residential units along Lake Avenue as part of a proposed development project located at 1016 Grand Avenue in 1001, 1005, and 1007 Lake Avenue.
Before they.
I have a motion.
So
Can we add a contingency onto that, or?
Because it's.
I approved it the way it was.
It's there.
That's his motion.
no one seconded it yet, so.
So let's,
Jim?
We just need to make sure that that statement about is in it from the 45 feet to the 160 feet, because the lots don't line up
Oh,
with the
that's
feet.
not the way it read, so
Sorry, I just needed to make sure that that was there. Thank you.
I don't know.
Can we take into consideration the planning commission's advice?
Yeah, we've heard nothing from the planning commission.
Expiring it in
They
5 years on the variance?
I thought they approved it.
They approved
They
it
approved
with 5 years.
5 years, right? They approved it the way it was written.
Okay, but you didn't read that in.
I'm just reading what I have here. Okay,
In these next,
some more to. No, okay.
as this project goes on. Yeah, yes, well, there's further discussion after a motion can be made.
right, so we have the motion, we have the second, that has been read in correctly.
Right, as far as I knew.
Because that,
I'm asking, sorry, that was a question. Did you read the piece in?
Josh?
I don't
yeah,
have-
Josh.
Josh, do you want to detail this for us?
Yep, so you made a motion and a second on the resolution for the approval of the variance just on its merits as presented. Now, what you could consider as an amendment to the motion to incorporate the 3 planning commission conditions or modify those conditions to your own conditions. So that's how you would incorporate the conditions, is for an amendment to incorporate those or adjustments thereof.
So if you. Hold on, she's saying, I've done that.
And I have those 3 conditions pulled up, and you could just say, as with the 3 conditions that the planning commission specified, include in our packets, and we'll capture that at the staff level because we have it on the record.
Okay. Should I reread it then? With the 3 conditions?
Yes.
Can we get a refresher on what those 3 conditions were, Josh?
Yep, you bet. And so the first one is that the variance remain in effect until building permit issuance for the structure associated with the variance, or 5 years from the date of approval, whichever occurs first. Number 2 is that the frontage along Garfield Street remain as commercial and associated uses. And number 3, that the area associated with the variance request align with the proposed development plans with a defined area set back 45 feet from Garfield Avenue and no more than 160 feet from Garfield Avenue, as reflected in the supplemental exhibit provided by the applicant. And so if that's what the board wishes, or if there's a member of the board that wants to do that, you would just, entertain request that an amendment or propose an amendment, and then the original board member that made the motion could accept that, and then the original that made the second could accept it or deny it, and then you'd move forward from there.
Thank you.
Yep.
So,
That makes sense, Jim?
I'm trying to think how to word this. So at the end of it, I would say accepting the recommendations from the planning commission. Okay, I can do that. I would like to, move to approve a zoning variance for 1001 and 1005 Lake Avenue to allow first floor residential units along Lake Avenue as part of a proposed development project located at 1016 Grand Avenue and 1001, 1005, and 1007 Lake Avenue, with the proposed changes recommended by the planning commission. Good enough?
Yep.
Second.
Have a motion and a second.
Trustee Shonner,
Aye.
trustee Miller,
Aye.
trustee Aaronson,
Nay.
trustee Mills,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sylvan,
Yeah.
and Mayor Request.
Nay.
Great.
We're finding out.
I sent a text.
It passes.
If it ties.
Passes. Or he's on the move. She's confirmed. She didn't. Oh, right. 100%. Still have these. They put the other, that's what I mean.
Mayor, are you guys waiting for guidance on what that means for the variance?
Sorry, Josh, manager John
Yes,
has been,
yes, that's what we're looking for.
yes, guidance, and he's trying to get a hold of Probs right now.
Yep. So generally that motion then would not have passed because it didn't meet the requirements for a variance to pass. It didn't meet the majority vote. And so then you would have to entertain a new motion. And second, and that could be a motion of denial of the variance request, and you could take a vote on that. You might want to have discussion either beforehand or after you make the first and second, but you could also make a entirely different motion.
Okay,
But the
so,
motion on the table of recommending approval and with the conditions did not pass since it was 3-3. At least that's what I heard was 3-3.
That is correct.
so
Yep.
is an option, because we're down to trustee to table and then come back with trustee Pissot? Or is this something that we just?
The board has failed to take action at this point. The board needs to take action.
Correct.
So you can continue it to the next meeting when you might have 7. You can submit a new motion in the affirmative or the negative. You can change the framing of that to see if you can break your deadline.
Yep.
Josh, you have something to say?
Nope, I agree with what town manager said.
Do you have any images with you of what that space will look like with the residential? I mean, I know that,
I have 7 sets of plans right here.
may I see them?
And I would encourage the board, as you're looking at any plans, that you really try to make a mindset to look at from a variance perspective.
So I think what you were saying, Josh, is that the only section of this that we need to be looking at is the section is the variance section. That's all I am requesting to look at, and that's all we should be looking at, correct?
Correct. And I would encourage that after, the meeting or after the action on this, that the plans, you give it back to the applicant, just so you don't have those for the quasi judicial nature of the preliminary development plan set.
But in the case of these were included in the packet, I don't get how that.
They weren't included.
No.
On purpose. Because of this reason. The design of what they look like isn't a part of this discussion.
Oh, it is, okay.
And so trying to understand this piece here, because it is difficult, especially for, I'm not personally, trustees, if I can have your attention, please. This is a piece that I'm not good at visualizing these things. I mean, it's just, my brain doesn't work like this. So what I would like to know on these plans, if these 3 units, because the tree house is gone, it's hard for me to see, is this,
is a tree house.
this is the tree house, this is the event center.
Yeah.
Tree house event, this is what's been taken down, so the 3 units are these,
Mhm.
and this is commercial. Starting,
This is commercial, and then we're also saying that on Garfield going up
correct, I've got that.
would also be commercial.
Okay, but I just wanted to see this
Yeah.
section right here.
Yeah.
And this retaining wall that is in these plans, is that kind of what's separating a patio of the residential units?
Yes.
And so these tables here could either be restaurant or store, we don't know what, but it's commercial.
Yes. So correct, those 3 little walls. Part
Okay.
of
Okay, this,
And there'd be much more landscape. This is pretty generic image.
sure. Trustees, if you have something to say, please say it out loud into your mic. Our discussion is on the sides, please. Is it possible, Josh, we voted, we have a tie. So if we want to amend this and not have a tie.
Yeah.
Changing this, it's changing the whole motion, like what do you suggest in this situation?
Yep. So.
I am.
Yep. So I would definitely talk amongst yourselves, which you have the purview as the board. Try and see if you can come to some sort of a majority consensus on a motion. Given it seemed like there was support for, if the variance was approved, the planning commission's conditions. you would just need to add something else to your motion. So it wasn't the same exact motion that did not pass. And that would be based on whatever additional information you just received that you feel adds merit to a difference in the conditions and vote. So you definitely want to talk amongst yourselves. That would be my recommendation, to see kind of where everyone stands, based on what you had seen of that profile, the front of the building. What does that change for the variance to you if you were to change your vote? And how can you capture that, share that with staff, and then we can help you come up with, maybe it's an additional condition or something else if you're looking to go in the affirmative. If not, and it's kind of the other way, then you gotta come to some sort of consensus on the denial side.
I'll go. I didn't look at plans, just generally, Scotty's guys draw some beautiful stuff, and I don't usually have any issues with those. My contention is getting rid of commercial on Lake Avenue. We've heard several different asks for variances on this project. And I was much more open to, I would say, a fair amount of those variances versus this one. I'll just throw it out there, I'm pretty hard side no on getting rid of commercial, so that's where I'm at. I will be open to some kind of different variance. But it's, for me, it's not gonna be the commercial, especially on Lake.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Said a lot in some meetings and we lost the other users, so. And
My piece of this that I am back and forth on, and obviously I voted nay, and I do feel some pressure right now that I'm not liking. However, seeing this, the parking piece that Pro Tem Soban had come up with putting that in with what the planning commission had suggested, is an important piece to me. And my concern too is I'm speaking on both sides of my mouth right now with the fact that the commercial that was in the other project never did produce commercial. This section here is already residential. I would. I think had the parking piece. I can't make a motion on this. And I'm not sure.
I mean, based on what I'm hearing here, seems that some of us might need more time to deliberate this in our heads or whatever. And based on that, I would just recommend a continuation. but that's just where I'm at.
Yeah, and if I may, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, if you're gonna request a continuance, what I would do is help guide staff or the applicant on what additional information you may need to help you make an informed decision, whether that's clarification on parking on Lake Avenue or options there.
There is no parking on Lake Avenue. We don't have it now. You won't let us park there, and our parking is on site. There's no parking on Lake Avenue for the residential.
It is encouraged that you will park there as.
Why is that encouraged?
There's zero parking provided. The parking that is provided at other properties similar to this same request.
Those spaces were approved for on-site park for on the street.
No one parks in those parking spots on site. So we are looking for a compromise possibly where we could actually have the residential units parked on site, similar to other projects in town, other residential units in town, houses.
Well, we have that though, Michael.
It is not encouraged to park there. There's a garage, it's not encouraged to park there.
That's what the code says. If we supply a 2-car garage for this unit, it's where the parking is.
You're asking for a variance, I mean, if we're trying to appease your variance, we have conditions. Most, as you've seen, conditions exist with a lot of these applications for variances.
I understand. Yeah.
That's the garage, and I can park out on the street for work.
Garage, you can park out on the street.
If I want.
Of course,
So I don't understand.
we're addressing our parking issue in downtown core.
I understand they're supplying garages. I just don't understand the goal of this.
People-
Maybe I don't understand it.
I'm not against it. There's some, I'm talking too much. Against my own opinion. I mean, I'm almost encouraging you guys to pass this and give us some ideas, but,
So if I may interject, Mayor Board, so is the concern, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the concern that while yes, the applicant is providing on-site parking through garages, if these homes are fronting Lake Avenue as it's currently designed, there's an opportunity people could parallel park right in front of their units based on how some of the striping is. And again, trying to go off of history or knowledge of the street, but having parallel parking right in front of their units on Lake Avenue.
Currently, that parking is 2 hours away.
And that's what I was wondering if it was already limited or not, which
is what it would. And you could say to continue to be limited to, that it's restricted parking.
I've seen that on the south side, but not the north side. Is that the case?
It's along the cabins there, the whole thing on that north side, yeah, is restricted. We put those up when we did the parallel spots.
As I understood in conversation, the piece that Mayor Pro Tem Zoban was requesting in the motion was that parking, even though there was parking in the back alley for those units, that there be no parking allowed on the street if those became residential. Is that correct? That, yes, that those 3 units they do have parking behind them in the alley garage. And that if these were allowed to be residential, there would not be allowed parking on the front. Correct.
That's how code reads, I understand.
Yes, and so that was the piece that trustee Soban had suggested when the motion was made, that also go in. So that those, because we don't know if that road's ever gonna be closed, we don't know what it's going to become. But that we didn't want it to have residential parking in front of it. Was the piece we wanted in.
What do you? You asking to remove the existing striping?
I'm discouraging residential units to park on town right of ways and provide.
So you're just gonna take out the parking?
That's what I said, if you just took out all the striping.
Boys, you enforce them.
Oh, they enforce it now.
Yeah,
They
right now
already
it's
do.
2 hour limited, it's
Is it?
already not.
Yeah, it's 2 hours.
How do they enforce it? I mean, there's parking.
Our
down there.
code enforcement.
Well, I understand you can park down there. Right?
But there's a drop off section by the beach, that's like 15 minutes and all of that. And so what we're saying is that if these 3 homes are there, we don't want the resident to be able to park there.
I understand exactly what you're saying.
Okay,
I'm just trying to figure out how you're gonna tell if it's a homeowner's car there or a tourist.
Because if it's there for longer than 2 hours, then they get a ticket no matter what. That's the only way you can do it,
If you're
realistically,
a
right?
tourist,
But
We can put it in the declarations also.
already.
I mean, if you're running race for Frisco and you park in the wrong spot, you're gonna get a ticket.
Aren't we doing
It's not like we would be the only town doing that.
We're already ticketing people.
So I'm just listening. And
I mean, really, I have no idea if he's even given one of those tickets.
We've given warnings, yes.
But it's not unheard of to do this, right?
I didn't realize.
So that's not necessarily the argument. And like really, from my point of view, we're always gonna have parking issues. Doesn't matter if it's on Lake Ave or Grand Ave or any of that crap. We're gonna have. The fact that they're providing parking spots in here is great. They're gonna provide
On
parking
that
spots
particular street.
anyways.
On Lake, there are.
I never parked down there, so I never.
Yes, on Lake, there are specific parking enforcement signs. Yes,
So we're set up to do it right now.
Okay.
Can take it everything to update first.
yes, I think the piece was saying that that is not residential parking.
We can put that in the declarations in the homeowners docs.
I mean, that was essentially
That's right.
you suggested several times.
I'm encouraging parking similar to, the Eagles properties where it's not a garage door, it's open. None of those tenants in those properties, I find parking in the right of ways. They are all within their property boundaries, parking as residential units.
So I'm just
That
wondering,
is where I'm at.
I just want to be clear, you didn't want us to take the striping up this.
Now, who knows, one day it will be all gone.
Well, and
You know?
that's not part of this discussion, first is, and even if it does get taken out. If this happens to stay commercial, there will have to be a variance at that point in time. For whatever commercial business goes in there, because they won't have the required number of parking spots on the street in front of them. That is a completely different issue that the town will have to deal with at some point in time. Whether that is expanding parking garage down on the end or, possibly improving what little parking we have there in the dirt lot next to it. That's. To me, that's not really that's not my big issue. I already told this point, like it's missing the commercial aspect of it. On that note, if you're gonna bring anything else forward, and I think that this is possibly future items for consideration. That we do tag in the 5-year max. And frankly, future items for consideration, I would consider putting this on some kind of workshop for figuring out any variances that get passed by the town, especially building wise. Have a 2-year minimum and a 5-year maximum. To where maybe if it's residential and they're asking for a variance on building well, I don't know, I mean, I guess technically we could go off of what was supposed to happen tonight with the flow duct. We approve the variance. If you don't start with your building in 2 years, that variance is gone because in theory you could sell it or whatever, like it just needs to be re-upped. I don't particularly, I'm beginning to not like the extended variance forever on an open lot because I don't believe that future boards would appreciate what we consider.
I would agree with you. I'd really like to understand the time frame to get a permit from the county. After us. Can you really get it all in 2 years?
Oh, God, yeah.
Can
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, I'm saying 5 years because this is a much larger project, right? But like on a single family home,
that's easier. I'm the project this side.
Yeah, no, and that's why I said 2 to 5.
Steve?
Michael, do you want to reword this? See if maybe it passes.
That's impossible.
Okay.
I think,
Would you vote for it if we reworded it? Probably worse than that.
Yeah, I don't know why you're looking at me though. I'm one of 3 years, so.
My 36 time told us that is the velocity commercial space, so. This would move him either way. So if it wouldn't move you, that's the waste, never had started that one.
I was just sending out ideas.
Yeah.
In the event of an approval, things that I would like to see, I'm set on my veterans.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, when I was talking to you guys primarily with my parking and pedestrian and stuff like that. To, in the event.
That would be part of the final package, I would think, really. So I should tell you, I was like, it wouldn't be on the first. When my house, I'm getting this next package, so.
Correct. This is still just like the project you saw earlier. They still have to submit final development plans that includes materials and finishes and all of that stuff that you guys are going to get a chance to just. Including. Mhm.
Can I say one more thing to you guys? Do I need to come up or is it okay to talk like this?
you're fine right there.
More than likely, if we have to change the plan, the majority of the commercial space where these units is gonna be that you're thinking we're gonna get is gonna be open space. Because we can't meet the open space requirements any other way. Because the 35% open space takes so much away from the project. In fact, a large portion, if you look on those plans, of those 3 residential units is step backs for open space. And that's why they step back. And so if these residential units go away, we're gonna put them on the other side. And we're gonna have to use that frontage for open space, which is a waste completely. And so we have no other way to do it. There's just so many constraints that this code has. And then it's the commercial to residential ratio once you do the open space thing. It's so hard to make these things all fit. And then it's the step backs. And then it's the on-site parking. And so this is how it fits. And we're not going to get a whole row of commercial. There's going to be a lot of open space down there, which we don't need. We got to park across the street. So anyway, that's what I want to say.
And I can't.
Thank you.
I can't disagree with that at all. I've spoken to you personally, wanting to change the open space. You've heard it in all of our meetings. I love the look of this. I truly do. Yeah, we are where we are. I don't know.
After talking to the town attorney. The failure to pass a variance allows you to come back and resubmit for a new variance.
Even if it's this exact same piece of paper or proposal?
Yeah. I don't think that any developer would come back in 2 weeks and give you the same presentation and hope for a different answer. But I think that what I'm saying is that in the previous discussion, a variance is different than, say, an ordinance. A variance is incumbent upon the applicant to show why there should be a change from the current. So if the applicant is unable to make that argument to get a majority, then a tie fails in the terms of a variance. That doesn't mean you can't come back and do it again. That's
What variance though, I guess I'm curious.
what I'm saying is pre-3. It dies. It can die.
No, I understand that,
Right.
but you're saying come reapply for another variance. What variance do we bring forward?
a different look at what you're looking for. I don't know, maybe 2 units in open space.
We've been trying for 18 months to bring something in.
Would 2 units and more open space work? I know for trustee
Well-
Hudson, he's made his case clear. I'm saying what you have the option, you don't have to do a continuance. The 3-3 vote, the variance has failed. And we can move on to the next item. We can, you can talk to the applicant on, as Josh mentioned, what do they need to do to get a yes from you to move this project forward?
How do we discussed this with the 900 property, whereas if we change code while they're in the middle of this process and we change something at the next meeting, open space, then this applicant will have a choice whether they want to take that option just as the 900 property, correct?
Yep.
So if I, as mayor, asked staff to work towards what we've already been working towards, can we have like emergency workshops with planning commission and board and pass it next meeting? Can we work? I don't know that process.
Josh, timing notice when it comes to changing ordinance?
Yeah, so our team's working on that draft language right now. I definitely would recommend a work session before it comes before Planning Commission and you all for action. Just so we're not making changes kind of on the fly, but I was just messaging my team earlier and we're looking to try and get the draft of this initial overlay and some of the language that you all have guided us to about mid-September over to Steve to review. And at that time, right after, it could be a work session, virtual work session with the Planning Commission and the board, just to see if we need to adjust any dials or make any adjustments. And we could quickly turn around after that and do the amendment to the zoning regulations through Planning Commission recommendation and board ordinance.
It would be October.
Correct, based on kind of what I'm seeing right now. And I would say, current timing of the current preliminary development plan that is associated with the variance that you all just reviewed and discussed. Our review timeline for this initial review is about that third week of September. Getting comments back to the applicant based on the variance request that was denied tonight. There would be some adjustments they are likely going to have to make to their plans. And that's just the preliminary. So again, that preliminary could come through and then there would be the final application still.
So around the 13th of October, you could be finished, the board could be finished, and we could look at something then. Not discussing the applicant, discussing code. Staff, code, planning, board, make a decision around the because there's a meeting the 13th.
Yeah, based on your agendas and what you have scheduled, if we're able to do the joint work session end of September, mid-end of September, then that will allow us to finalize what's needed for an ordinance.
Okay.
I think you're gonna get a building more mess based on what you're trying to propose. This one's with the open space options as provided here, we're the benefit of the doubt for what we're looking for.
Let's keep in mind that this piece is just conversation, and this piece is something that I think goes to the 900 property and anything else that would land at our feet. We have to move this, piece forward, whether we vote for it or not. We still have a lot to work through. in deciding what that code looks like, but my question is just timing. Um. Okay, well, I. think at this juncture, unfortunately, we will just move on to the next item.
Yeah.
The quasi judicial public hearing ordinance.
Josh?
Oh, sorry, didn't quite hear all that. So, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Board. Before you, ordinance 05-2025. This is an ordinance regarding lots 1 through 4, Block 3, Town of Grand Lake, also known as 1128 Park Avenue, for a rezoning. Just making sure you all can see my screen this time around.
Yep.
Perfect. All right, so the site is located here, is off of Park Avenue, 1128 Park Avenue, as discussed. As the board previously looked at the petition and accepted that petition, so that way we were able to bring this before you all tonight. Current zoning of the property is public, and the proposed zoning is commercial. The site is currently vacant and or parking. It is part of a preliminary development plan that will come forward for the space to create project. For the zoning regulations, the zoning amendment needs to look at section 12-234A of the regulations and identify one or more of the 3 reasons necessary for a rezoning request. I will emphasize it again a little bit later, but items number 2 and number 3 were ones that as staff in our analysis, we identified applicable to this project and request. The request by the applicant is to rezone the property, again, from public to commercial to accommodate the proposed space to create community project. It also, with the rezoning, helps maintain consistency with adjacent properties and the transition to adjacent properties. As you can see on the illustration that was also included in your memo, properties to the south and west, immediate to the site, across the alleyway and adjacent are zone commercial. Those across to the north and to the east, immediately adjacent to the property, are zone commercial transition. And additional properties kind of to the north and east are public. And so based on that recommendations, so staff looked at the criteria again and feels that the application fits within those sub bullets number 2 and number 3. And the Planning Commission at their meeting last week recommended approval of the rezoning request as presented. And within your packets is an ordinance outlining that recommendation of approval. Happy to answer any additional questions. And of course, the applicant is there in the room if you have any questions for the applicant, specifically represented by Town Manager Gudrun.
Thank you, Josh.
I'm available to answer any questions you may have, Trust.
How did the planning commission vote on this?
6-0.
No, this one's pretty straightforward. I think we all understand that this, needs to go through for the project to go through, and we knew it was coming, and if you have questions, which I don't believe you should have, we can ask now, or I would entertain a motion.
I agree with Josh. I believe that it fits number 2 and number 3. Area for rezoning has changed or is changing to such a degree that it's in the public interest to encourage a redevelopment of the area. Frankly, I think the answer for both 2 and 3 is Yes, because the town is attempting to bring in additional, I don't know if I'd call it low income housing, but reasonable income housing, which will benefit the town. So, on that note, I move to approve ordinance 05/2025, an ordinance pursuant to chapter 12 of the Grand Lake Municipal Code, approving the rezoning of lots 1 through 4, block 3, town of Grand Lake as presented.
I have a motion.
Second.
And a second, please, full board.
Trustee Miller, trustee Shoner,
Aye.
trustee Mills,
No,
trustee Aronson.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Silva. Mayor Berquist.
Aye, motion passes, thank you.
trustees. At our last board meeting, we started the budget process. As a result, I am presenting you with some unstapled copies. Some of them. And what I'm asking is that you kind of keep these with you. These are good documents. I've also forwarded you in your packet. You had the original. So that you are able to. You can write on these.
Thank you. Thank you. What else am I saying?
This one's for you. Nope.
We got a really,
No, this is an executive.
No, I know.
Yeah,
She was shutting down.
yeah, no, so this.
You think this is gonna be quick?
No, if anyone's gonna be here, we don't need to sign, they should be here on that by now.
The what you have before you is based upon some real straight assumptions. It's based upon the same amount budgeted for as 2025 that we did for 2026. It
thank you.
it considers a 3% increase in wages. And
Across the board.
yeah. So cost of living, basically nothing more. We did a lot of additions to that last year. One of the things that probably will take some changes that we didn't put in was we had a $10,000 revenue target for marijuana. And I expect that'll be higher. We've only received the May's one. Pardon?
It's just the one check they received.
Yeah. So we haven't received the June one. The May one was about $5,000. Wasn't it?
I thought it was like 157.
Oh, was it?
We were like,
Oh,
yeah, it was very, very minimal.
okay.
$167.
Well, they were just opened on one day. It was only open a couple of hours in May. It's like, hell, we've been fine. Other than that, we created this as a starting point. I have not put in the request. What I did want to let you know is that I did receive today the request from the Grand Lake Center. So at our workshop, our next meeting workshop, we will be focusing on the Grand Lake Center. One of the things that makes that interesting is that you consider investment cost with the Grand Lake Center.
Yeah, a few things here up top that says 2025 budget, it's gonna
Correct.
bring notes, and then
We-
way down it says 25 will increase licenses from $5 to $10. I'm assuming that's all 26, is that correct?
Correct.
Right, you see what I'm talking about?
We made, yeah, this is draft one. Last year, there were 10 drafts. I wanted to make sure that I got a spreadsheet that we can work off in your hand. I fully expect to make lots and lots of changes.
Just because the fire department is going through. The levy piece and the very top one here is
Yeah.
about the levy. Is the 2024 9.409, is that staying consistent into essentially?
The 2025, the 2025 number,
Yeah, at the end, I guess theoretically, our 26 budget.
yes.
Okay.
Because we made the adjustment to the mills in the 25 budget, so we went to the maximum mills. So.
And that's what I thought had happened, I just couldn't
Correct.
remember if we kept it down from the
No.
top or not.
No, we, I think he adjusted it up further.
Okay, thank you.
Do we raise water again this year? Just
Right now, there's a note to increase it. Keep in mind, you increased it by around-ish number.
What?
Around-ish
Oh.
number. You picked a number that sounded good. It was 147 and we settled on 160.
Right.
So it's up to you if you wish to change them. In my conversations with the water department, Dave has said that he doesn't expect any specific capital needs coming up. The maintenance reserves and stuff are well managed. They did some pipe repaired. We had 3 good size grates.
Then you want to do some meter changes
That's coming.
this year?
No,
Okay.
twofold, the meter change, so the compulsory conversion, we've been able to find a meter that's about half the price. So instead of a $500 meter, we have a $300 meter. So the next step is that there's some possible water money that might be able to get that paid for, or the installation side of it paid for, that one of those to make it more affordable. And Dave asked us not to put it in the budget, wait till he can find, he said he heard that's coming.
I just didn't want the gap between expenses and revenue growth.
It's no.
Okay.
And their interest revenues, which is non-budgeted dollars, is pretty substantial.
Okay.
As a side note, Kirsten says she did get our second marijuana sales tax check. It was $875.
Great.
That's huge.
Yeah.
On that 10K.
So now
We're picking up on
And be there before you know it.
now we're gonna talk.
10K for the year.
We're 10%. We'll cover Brian's costs here eventually.
Yeah.
Just looking at our sheriff's contract, I know we can't really change much of that. But due to Ms. BC's conversation this evening, I feel like we could, encourage the sheriff's office to be a little bit more compliant with effectively our additional request for enforcement up here. I know that I hear on the radio that they dispatch officers to dog bites and dog fights relatively frequently in the Winter Park and Fraser area. So it is kind of discouraging to hear that is how that went down on our end. I'm not opposed to paying our agreed price, because I think generally, we get a fair amount for what we're paying. But a conversation with Sheriff Shortland, could definitely be helpful.
I'd like to add on to that. I'd like to see, and we can talk about it when we're not in public session, but there's been some situations in town on weekends, and I remember several years ago, we had just sometimes the sheriff department would walk into the restaurants and bars on Fridays and Saturday nights, and it'd be good to see some of that. We haven't seen that in years, and we need to, there's some specific places also.
Losing a little bit, but not near as much as 10 years ago.
Yeah, they do large checks all the time with liquor licenses and stuff, they don't.
I'm even thinking back to like 4 or 5 years ago, we had presents and there's some need for that. So this is just, I think we've all had a very stressful evening and this is for our future information and we don't need to discuss, we don't have a motion, we just get to take this home and continue the conversation.
Correct.
Can I ask one question?
Yes.
On, roughly the Grand County Road and Bridge, is that for that building?
Yes.
That's red. Who owns the building?
We,
Okay, so that's just all wood.
Thanks for putting this together.
He doesn't have an option.
So we're gonna have an outside to go over the whole budget or just the next one?
we'll keep doing it. We'll keep taking hunks of it. The second meeting of September, we'll have a long meeting. Going through it as staff starts to get those numbers tidied up. And then in October, we have a public hearing. So we'll have meetings with department heads and workshops to kind of start to work that together. And then our future meetings, and I'll make sure to put that calendar in the next meetings as well.
Meeting go voting.
Not in, yeah,
Okay.
you don't vote until November.
So I'll be on the top. Good time to go.
That's why I
Try to let you go now.
The Christmas lights are kind of stay flat there. Are we looking to add additional lights? Because technically we have purchased lights already and they are just installing them. That'd be correct? Yes.
We've used all the lights that we own. So if we wanted to add more buildings, go further with our grant program to go further down, that would be a greater expense, but for all, Mayor, are there any other spots where you want lights?
Well, in discussion with Public Works, and Patrick at the end of the season last year, there were some, new ideas. Patrick, and Matt and I can, get that to the board, here shortly. That what we were thinking, I mean, nothing has been obviously set in stone and it's all up for discussion, so. I can have that put together and options and pricing.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting a initial high cost and then maybe following years 20% reduction because we have purchased those lights already. They have a 3-year lifespan, whatever they call it. That's kind of what we guarantee. So I was thinking seeing that come down and doing the same stuff.
I think that piece of it, yes, I think the additional would be if we wanted new buildings, trees, or.
36,000, I think is what the maintenance cost is. Is that about right?
I think so. Brain's so fried right now.
Yeah. Feel free to call me as you look through these anytime if you want to just take a page and start asking questions.
Just flipping through here real quick. I think I also. Oh, wait, no, there it is. So we're looking at $425,000 for pavement.
That's what it was last year, and that included capital for Jim.
Yeah,
So that-
capital outlay for pavement for 26 is showing 400.
Yeah, he's asking
And then
550.
there's an additional like 25 in the middle of this somewhere,
Right.
but I forgot to look at what it was.
Yeah, well,
Patchwork. Patchwork.
Stuff.
Is that enough?
He wants 520. Matt asked for 5.
Is that paving alone, or does that include that micro seal that we?
That includes the micro seal
Okay.
to the bridge.
Correct, because I feel like that is definitely a beneficial thing to make our pavement less longer.
Yeah, that's the same process that they put on Trail Ridge in the park. So that's, I think, at year 5. Because I think it went on the year after we paved. 34.
And then I don't think scanning quickly, don't think I saw anything for transportation, with.
Correct, it isn't added, it's $15,000 ask, we'll put it in.
Okay.
One more question. Was it the last meeting or the meeting before you were telling us how much interest money we made?
Yeah.
Can we incorporate that back into our operating fund?
It's,
Yeah, how's that work?
budgeted revenues, sometimes those are kind of difficult. Which is that we can spend it, do you want to budget it?
I mean, could we spend it on capital? Could we-
Yeah, you can spend it on whatever you want. So we are debruced, which means that we can save and spend as we wish. We don't have to use, we don't have to give back what we don't.
What was the number we were making annually? It's a big number.
Close to 250.
So the last couple of years we've been there.
But we,
Yeah, about $750,000.
so either we
about
spend it or
3
keep
years.
it in the account, growing, so.
The concern
We almost have enough to pay off Space Create.
here is that
Yeah.
if, well, those are grants, you don't wanna, we're getting to the point where financially we're gonna have to start to justify our reserves. You know, for instance, the bottom, at the end of these pages, it talks about what the statutorily required reserve is, which is 10% of what we have. Or it's 1/10 of what we have. We live on grant, because capital projects we can't do on our own. So I haven't got a clear answer, how much is too much. And some of it because I keep,
Yeah, I would assume that at a certain point in time, having too much reserves is gonna shoot a fair amount of your grant chances down.
right,
But we could use for paving, road work.
yeah, and that's kind of, our reserves have to be high, you know, because if a boiler breaks at the Grand Lake Center, you know, that's gonna cost us a substantial chunk of our budget.
Get one of those wood-fired ones.
Only
Big log, yeah, we maxed out a loader.
if Tim Zim could chop the wood and keep throwing it in.
Some people work in comp claim.
Get one of those engineer hats.
That's not.
On the train.
All right.
Let's go down.
Mayor?
So far, looks great.
Future items for consideration.
I mentioned them.
Okay,
We
great.
got some workshop stuff. We have some board items. We're gonna be coming to you with more space to create. The GMP is coming, which is the gross maximum price that Elk Mountain Construction is gonna be bringing you. So get ready for a $4 million bill.
Up front?
No.
Okay.
No. What, so basically, we've approved how much it costs them to run the building of it. So now what they're giving us is the GMP to say, this is what it's all gonna get built for. The rental vehicles, the subs, all that stuff, all the insurance, it's not gonna be more than this.
Have we closed the gap on what we need, so we're like $500,000, you know,
Yeah, we're under 4.
44.
And I'm waiting on $100,000 swing with 3 levels. So we have 12 taps at the Mary Drive. Cost $11,000 a tap, to tap that space to create. If you want to continue to sit on 12 taps that we actually pay $600 a year, because they're fallow taps. Or if you'd like to credit those and make it.
More than that, I
we had 16 and 3.5 of them went to the Grand Lake Center because apparently a rec center takes more water than an elementary school. That's a true story.
Our kids versus.
I know, right?
Because they do their well in their shower, because we have 4 bathrooms.
Yeah, that's a part of it. We don't even have showers, but we still got charged the SFPs.
And sleep. So we could move the taps over there.
Yes.
Because we're the same one. We have to request a
How was
variance.
they on our books? What do they call it on our books?
We bought them.
So they're
When
asset,
we bought the property,
so
they
they're
came
on
with the taps. They're an asset.
our balance sheet.
Yeah. They're non-dollar valued asset,
So we're trying to swing all those over here to abandon taps up top.
which takes another 100,000 off of us.
So 50 years ago.
I mean, either way, you've already paid for it, so might as well use.
Right.
Right.
But you're gonna have to pay for.
Yeah.
At some point. And if that turns into public-private.
Yeah.
Let the private side pay for the tax.
We agree with that.
Yeah.
So we're under 4, so we're making headway.
It's getting close to under 3
Well.
with that tap change.
So I know it's a lot, groundbreaking day, are we actually breaking ground?
We're gonna bring a pile of dirt.
Figured.
So two
Just to get
things.
the ground stroke.
Number one, we wanna get the fence around and. It's gonna be a mess when we pull up the asphalt. The other thing we talked about costs. You know, it's 25,000 to get rid of it. You can bury it, you can pull it up and bury it, we don't wanna do that. Costs $15,000 for a milling machine. And Matt told me it cost. That we could use all of that and put 25 more spots on mountain.
Yeah.
And use that ground.
I think it's. Absolutely beneficial to keep that.
Yeah.
Just near the ball field.
Yeah.
It has made a pretty drastic difference in my portion there, especially during the rain.
Yeah.
And, I mean, does it look phenomenal? Not really. I feel like it helps them and we have fill material and.
Yeah.
Things like that, so.
I agree with you, it's grounded, use it.
The other thing that we're looking at right now is, builder's risk insurance. That, I'm making calls to try to acquire that directly as opposed to. Usually it's a developer that does it. The contractor can get it. But that kind of smells a little funny.
Right.
The guy who you're insuring is the one you're asking him to buy the policy for. So I'm getting some prices on that, $75,000. It's in the spreadsheet. We're trying to save dollars everywhere.
Those guys, you can hold either one of those?
I have messages in on it today. I talked to one today, so.
Yeah, with Matt's proposal today, I know it's kind of off topic, but. Garfield, Ellsworth. Hancock.
Yeah.
Hancock Street. To get parking on those feeders going up to Mount Avenue, with this going on as a must, I mean, you need to step down parking.
And we're gonna paint crosswalks on Garfield and Pitkin. I mean, people just don't slow down if there's not a crosswalk on there. It's like, oh, race street, only one 4-way stop.
How much of a priority is that rock?
Which,
The match proposal that removes the moraine. What are we gonna do with that if we do?
So-
What is this one?
it's.
I apologize, I missed all this.
Yep. So two full-time, one of the things that he also asked about is the moraine up by Verts,
Awesome curves.
across from Kirk's.
Oh, essentially widening that portion? of the
Yeah,
road?
giving more
Is that what
shoulder
you're talking
so
about?
that we could have a boardwalk.
Okay.
The timing of it is because the empty lot that's surrounded by the fence, they're getting ready to submit their plans. part of their work is they want to be able to access from Jefferson.
Yes.
So while they're doing their work, it would make sense for us to get that engineering, and it's really about making sure the houses, the bluff don't come down.
I was just curious what we're gonna do with it when we.
Yeah.
When we do.
That just boardwalk all the way down that side, that it would be, kind of makes sense with us having all the boardwalk put in front of Portal Crossing and Verts and that other property.
Ultimately, the comprehensive plan
Yeah.
comes into play.
Yep.
So that goes back to my idea of running the snowmobile twirling down.
One side, please.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you. I had to plug my computer in so I can read my mayor's report.
Have that memorized?
No, I don't, and I actually wrote this, and I really don't, I don't feel like giving one to them, but I'm going to. Good evening, everyone. I recently attended the Colorado Association of Ski Towns with manager Kudron. I met several other mayors and managers from resort communities like ours. It was good for me to tackle some, topics, short-term rentals, dog behaviors, tourism, traffic, that type of thing, parking. It was nice to hear that many of those towns called their tourism flat so far this summer, and we're not. And I think that's really amazing to see. I think the park has a lot to do with it, but I think actually Grand Lake itself has a lot to do with it, and I'd like to give a lot of credit to this town, this community for that. I'm gonna skip some stuff, maybe next week. But being a mayor and a trustee isn't always easy, and I think I did write this earlier, and tonight's a good example of that. And this is a huge responsibility, and I know that as a mayor, I have had high anxiety, sleepless nights, not sure how the rest of the day or the next 24 hours will go for me and how I will feel. And I say that because I sometimes don't feel that it's really understood the responsibility that we have in preparing for our meetings. Looking at the agendas and really poring over why and how we're making the decisions, that we are. I would like to encourage a lot more conversation amongst trustees. I'm always open to conversation, and along with the manager and even some of the planning commissioners, so that we're all really as knowledgeable as we can be, as responsible as we can be, and as prepared as we can be. And the budget is extremely important, as well as our codes and everything else that need to be adjusted. With Manager Kudron in Estes Park this week, I made the comment that the town of Grand Lake is behind the 8 ball in a lot of our code. And we're seeing the consequences of that, especially tonight. And it's our responsibility to understand what we want and not have this lackadaisical, mealy mouth that is going on between the board and the planning commission. And it is my responsibility, and I take it when I say that, to help educate our jobs and what they really are, and then hold ourselves to those. And that is also going to come from code, so that we don't have to always be interpreting the code, because it is very unclear. That's all I have for tonight. I would like a motion. Thank you. Anybody have the last?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about if I move to adjourn?
I have a motion
Second.
and a second. Please hold.
All in favor?
Aye.
Have a good night, guys.
Thank you, Elena.
Elena.